Before when we start the short information, all smartwatch or phones please put here on the table because the table is magnetic. With phones, smartwatch, everything else is here, yeah?
Even if they are off? Even if they are off? Even if they are off?
It's okay to leave it here or there?
There, please. Okay. Thank you, guys.
You can bring their keyboards away.
Welcome everybody to Banco Casino, the Slavic series of poker. We're just getting ready for the feature table here on day 2, with the final day tomorrow. So we've had our list of, I've just seen our players on this table. We've got a lovely mix of people from all around Europe, Greek, Slovakian. We even got a Korean player, I think that is, Hungarian, a British player, and quite a nice mix, usual Austrian as well. So we always get a lovely mix here in Banco Casino. My name is JJ Hazan. I will be taking you through to the end of day 2 and then tomorrow's final day, which will probably start with 16 players. We'll see how we go today. So as usual, we have 8 players on the feature table. And we have the RFID reader in place so that we'll be able to see the cards. We are 30 minutes behind in terms of broadcasting. So that's to stop, live information to be passed to the players. So we've got Peter from Slovakia in seat 1 with 196,000. Shin from Austria, 172,000. Michel from England, 232,000. Andras from Hungary, 221, all fairly similar. And then seat 5, a French player, Alexander, 488,000, so that's double the rest of them. Anastasios from Greece in seat 6, 154,000. Martin, our chip leader, seat 7. Martin Bartosz, a local player from Slovakia, 1 million. And Feder from Croatia in seat 8. We've seen Martin before on the streamed table here. Very strong player. I think he was on the final table a couple of months ago, if I remember rightly. So our first hand of this feature table. Interestingly, Michelle, like me, is English, but I don't know her, don't know anything about her, and never played with her, which is unusual, because I thought I knew most of the British poker players. So here we've got a little raise here from French player Alexander with the Queen Jack, very playable. Jack 10 suited next to him. One of the short stacks, the blinds are 5-10 with a 10k ante, 25 in the pot already. So Anastasios, our Greek player, 150,000, and he's decided to push. He's going with it with a Jack 10 suited. First hand, we've got action. He has 15 big blinds, and that's a totally understandable push with a very playable Jack 10 suited. The best hand to beat aces or kings, and even if he's up against ace, king, ace, queen, he's in good shape. Unfortunately for him, if our French player Alexander in seat 5 calls, he's in bad shape. But calling with queen jack offsuit to an all-in is probably minus EV in most cases, and we'll probably see the fold. So nice play there from our short stack. He's moved up 30%. He's added 30% to his stack from the first hand. That's the power of the push. Lots of value here in Banco Casino, not just our fantastic guaranteed poker events, of which this is a 300k guaranteed. Fantastic value. And many more coming up in November and December. Someone will have a very nice Christmas. But if you're playing cash, you hit a royal flush, they just give you 500 euros. And even a poker, 4 of a kind, you get 100 euros. Slightly less in the Omaha. I hit quads in the Omaha a few weeks ago here in Bratislava, and I got 50 euros. But then it is Omaha, and that's fair enough. So, our next hand. Shin wearing an Aria shirt. Aria from Las Vegas casino, one of the top casinos in Las Vegas, where a lot of the high roller televised cash games are played. This time Alexander raising with an ace-10. And he could well come up against the same play here. Although he has just under 20 big blinds, he's got ace-jack offsuit. Interesting. Decides to fold it. Very strong Slovakian player. Deciding to 3-bet here to 95k with a king jack. And Alexander has to work out whether he's doing it to take the pot down, which we know he is, or whether he's doing it with a stronger hand than the ace-10. Fairly even odds, 47 to 42 rather to 58, so not miles apart, but very hard to call a 3-bet with king jack offsuit. You've got to think one of your cards is dead. Great play there by Martin Bartosz from Slovakia. He's got the chips and using them very effectively to pick up a very nice pot. This time, Alexander, another playable hand, ace-5 suited. Getting a call in the big blind with jack-9 off suit. Raised twice and had to fold. Probably very grateful he wasn't raised again. Good flop for jack-9, up and down with neither player having the flush draw. Not a great hand for ace-5. Jack-9 checking. I'm sure he will be check calling if there's a follow-up. C-bet. 19, yep, straight. Immediate call. And he hit the straight. The ace comes in for Alexander. We'll see a stronger bet now. He's hit his ace. We'll probably see about 35, 40,000. After seat 1, Peter from Slovakia checks. So I'm expecting a stronger bet here than... Yep, 35. Good guess, JJ. 35,000. He's still up and down, though, so I don't see him going anywhere. Now he needs to hit his straight to get paid. And he's hit it. 100% tick mark by Peter. A check would be a good play here, although I think Alexander may well check behind because ace-5, the 5 is just not a great kicker. So I think he has to bet something to get more out of this pot. 40, 50,000. Don't want to overbet this. Smallish bet could well get called by the ace. Okay, he's decided a very different option. He's gone all in for 110. But to be fair, that's less than the pot. Alexander in a very, very tough spot here. Felt good about hitting his ace, but he knows that 7 has made a straight. And he knows Peter's called with something. There's lots of 2 pairs out there and straights. There's also a missed flush. So he's just got to work out whether his ace is good here. If he does call, he's going to lose a quarter of his stack. Tough spot. Sometimes poker really isn't about right and wrong. It's about situations and hoping you come out the right side of it. He got lucky when he hit his ace, although he was ahead the whole time, and then fairly unlucky, really, when Peters hit the straight. He's got to think, what would Peter be bluffing with here? That's the problem. An all-in bet on the river. The bluff ranges are just so small here that really he can only have the straight or possibly a set. Possibly a set of 7s. That comes into the thing. And he's calling. He's going to get the bad news. And doesn't even show the ace. So Alexander, 3 raises. Had to fold 2 of them pre-flop. And has lost quite a big pot on the flop. Not running well at the start of this day 2 feature table for our French friend Alexander Turk in seat 5. Ace-2 suited on the small blind. Perfectly reasonable raise there. How is Shin going to play this? Will he defend? It's Queen-4. Nope. And another small pot to Peter, who's picked up 2 pots so far. Let me have a change of dealer. There's our situation. So our local Slovakian players right up the top, seat 1 and seat 7, who has 1.1 million, so really dominating this table. And second, Peter, who just won the last pot with 407. And then we're into a lot of players between 15 and 25 big blinds. So lots to play for at this point in the Slovak series of poker here at Banco Casino in the lovely Bratislava. Very sunny day today. And here we go for the next hand.
Once again, free seat for Nico, 1-3, no limit hold'em.
This could be an interesting hand. We've had early raise from our chip leader with Jack-8 suited, and a call with King-9 suited from our other Slovakian player. And here's Shin, Austrian player with a Vegas shirt on. Ace-3 suited, and he's pushing with it. This is lovely. The timing of this is absolutely beautiful. It'll be very, very hard for either player to call here. Even Michel has passed a better ace, Ace-5 suited. And I think Peter will be folding. So really nice timing there from our Austrian player in seat 2. Picks up a nice pot because it was a raise and a call. A lot more value in pushing when there's been a raise and 1 or 2 calls. A lot more in the pot. It's called a squeeze play if it's towards the end of the line and people don't really believe you've got a proper hand. You could argue Ace-3 suited isn't strong enough, but it makes the play even stronger. So nice play there by Shin. Good awareness. Raised with the King-8 by Peter and defending with 9-4. Neither player's hit. But the original raiser, Peter, should really be representing the ace here. I'm sure he knows that. And here it comes. Nice little bet. Ace pops in from a raise. Good play. He was winning anyway. But very nice little pick up there. Got to remember, if you raise, people put you on a better hand than you might have. So, great opportunity. Here we see some of the banners coming up. One of the best tournaments of the year here at Banco Casino, the festival. 500,000 guaranteed main event for a 550 buy-in. The end of November. My flights are booked, my hotel's booked. I won a package already on Party Poker. There are 15 or so different partners around Europe, PAF, Coolbet, Betfred, all sorts of partners around Europe that you can win a 1,300 to 2,000 euro package. Some of them include hospitality and more than the main event. Absolutely fantastic event. I've played as many as I can of the festivals, Tallinn, Nottingham, 2 years ago here in Banco. I will not be commentating maybe the PLO cash games, but I will focus on playing and being on the other side of the camera. So here we got Shin, 8-5 offsuit. Michelle yet to play a hand. She's got ace-jack offsuit. I'm sure we'll see a raise here on the button, a good hand on the button. Let's see what school she goes to. Well, that's what we call old school. 30,000, 3x. Round to Alexander with a king 5 suited. Again, a standard play here will be to call, but decides against it. Okay. Wouldn't have been a bad call with king 5 suited. 10-6-3. Neither player's hit. But Andras from Hungary is taking the aggressive approach and betting 50k into this pot. Trying to put the pressure on the only female on the table. Andras will not be showing his bluff for sure. Maybe Michelle will see that later in the break. So picks up a nice pot there. Aggression winning the day. Alexandra making up the blind with the king 7. Anastasios, a Greek player, probably going to be checking behind with 10-5 unless he feels he can get a raise through. Alexander's lost all 3 hands he's played so far. Okay, it's a small raise with the king 7. Shows the king, although we didn't see it. I don't think he showed the 7. Well, here we go. Next up here at Banco, straight on next week, is the Polish Poker Championship. 500,000 guaranteed throughout the festival. Fantastic main event and lots of small guaranteed side events. So we will have that from the 3rd of November to the 13th. Monday will be the final day where I will join you again. Under the gun with Feder from Croatia. 6-4 suited. Very nice hand in late position, but tricky to raise in early position with it. Especially if you've got an ace-king behind you. Here comes Peter. Right, he's gone 3x as well. What often happens on these tables is people tend to kind of follow the lead of the raise sizes. You get to see a pattern. Alexander in a tricky spot with 8s on the button. Chinese aces. Now, are we going to see a move with the ace-7 suited? And if we do, I'm pretty sure Peter will go all in with his ace-king. And well, Alexander may feel he has to fold the 8s. Wow. Very solid fold from our Greek friend. So we got a classic race. Pair of 8s against the big, slick ace-king. The 8s is massive here. He's hit a set. Peter will probably have to 3-bet this. Alexander finally got some luck. Unless we see a horrible 10 come in on the turn of the river. How's Alexander going to play this? Queen Jack, very draw heavy hand. 10-9 has made it. King 10. He could also be up against Ace Jack, Ace Queen, in which case he wants to get maximum value. Just deciding to call.
There is free seat for Nico and Philip. 1-3, no limit hold'em. Nico and
Still way out in front.
straight to table. Number
Is
4.
Peter going to bet this again, or is he going to close down because of the call? Yeah, I thought he might. So Alexander really should be betting this, trying to get value from his set. May not get called. It's about 55, I think. 64, a bit more. 64,000. Tricky spot for the ace king. Yeah, may not be live, and he'd have to hit a 10 to make a straight. So Alexander, first bit of luck going his way, as opposed to the previous hands that were very much against him.
Penalty, 2 rounds.
Alexander raising with an ace-10 suited. I don't think Queen 4 will protect this. Just let it go. Simplest thing. Just some flat calls coming around, fairly unusual at this point in the tournament. Ace 9 and Ace 6 suited, both in. Federer getting absolutely no hands. Not played a hand yet, I don't think. So Peter, there was no raise, so he gets to see a flop with his 10-3 and hits top pair. With 2 clubs though. Alexander with a nut flush draw. Andras, a Hungarian player, has missed completely. Now, big question here is, how does Peter in seat 1 want to play this? Just decides to call, and the ace-9 folds, which is fair enough. So, in fact, it's a raise. I apologise. Peter's raised to 75k. We could lose a player here. I don't think Alexander's going to fold nut flush, and Peter will probably have to call if there's a re-raise. Got too much invested. We're just going to see a flat call. I think the optimum play here is to raise, get it in with that draw. No, he's deciding on the more conservative option of just calling. He's picked up a double gut shot. So the 6 would, if a 5 comes or a 9, he gets a straight, and he's got the nut flush. But he's checked it. Wow. And actually is behind. Can he turn his massive draw into a bluff? 100k at him though. Very hard to fold. Looks like he's sizing up a raise. He is turning his draw into a bluff. Whether it'll work or not is a very, very different question. He's just trying to get a read. Can he make Peter bluff? Peter's got 2 pairs and no kicker. He's playing the board as far as the kicker goes. So he's losing to a lot of raises. But he decides against it. Michelle only played 1 hand and got bluffed out of the pot by her next door neighbour. We're now going into call mode. So ace 8, just calling. So Federer certainly could be called this, the king 3 suited. It's nothing, he's on the button, he's in position. Nothing wrong with calling here. And Peter may well choose to fold his 10-2. Option on the big blind. I'm pretty sure Shin will check. Unless he smells too much weakness. King, 10. Federer's hit the absolute, well, not the absolute nuts, but the virtual nuts. Trouble is, neither of the other players has hit anything, so it's going to be very hard for him to be paid here. Except our aggressive player in seat 4, Andras from Hungary, has bet 50k into this. How's Federer going to play it? There is a flush draw on board. If Andras does have a king, the king 3 is not in good shape. But he's decided he's going to go with it. He's got a king. He's not going to fold. Might as well get it in. And I think we will see a fold by both players fairly quickly. Bit of posturing from Andras. Bit of Hollywood before he folds. Yeah, thank you very much. Ace 9 against the Ace 4 of the more aggressive player in seat 7 and our chip leader. Not only has he hit the 4, he's got the nut flush, so I'm expecting a bet here. Michel may call with the 9 high flush draw. This is a pretty good flop for Ace of Hearts and a pair. 15k, lovely small inviting bet. Michel, very disciplined. Great fold there. And Martin Bartosz from Slovakia increasing his chip lead. Very well played there. Probably have to call if there's a re-raise. Here, Feder with a lovely pair of 10s in the hijack. Oh, Shin with an underpair could get in trouble here. If he wants to play this, he'll probably be shoving, and the 10s will call, and we could lose our first player from the feature table here on day 2. My prediction is all in and call. Here goes the Austrian. Totally understandable play. He's got 7s on the button and 20 big blinds. He doesn't know that Feder is pretty strong with the 10s. It's going to be very hard to fold 10s here. At worst case, you're flipping against Ace Queen, Ace King. Or in the fantastic position of being a big, big favourite. Our screen shows 98%. That's not right. The 7s still have 2 7s to hit. Unless we saw a 7 go earlier. Shin sees the bad news. There's an overpair against his pair of sevens. So unless he can get a miracle flop, and there's no miracle flop, and he doesn't have spades. So we are likely to see our first casualty here on day 2. Austrian Shin in seat 2. And Fede has a lovely, almost a double up through that hand. He wasn't far away from Shin's total. So a lovely hand there for Fede in seat 8. Martin raising with the ace-5. Fede will almost certainly play back at him here. Looks like a perfectly strong opponent. And I think Martin will realise that. He's now got about 500k, I think, in front of 430. No, sorry, he did have 500. He's just 3-bet to 70k. And it's going to be very hard to call with the ace-5. May have to give this up. Yeah. And Martin, very aggressive player, but always tends to make the right fold if he feels he's losing or that he can't get a 4-bet through. So nice hand there by Fede. Increases his stack yet again. Pair of 8s now against Queen 10 suited. Very even prior to the flop. British or Martin will represent the ace. Michelle now pretty short stacked on, I think, 12 big blinds in front of her. Wow, power play. Shoving on this board. And gets it through using the female side that everyone tends to believe a woman, especially a more mature woman, must have it. Definite fold. So although Martin was in the lead there with his 8s, it was an immediate fold.
Tam je človek, aha.
Ultra big. Absolutely ultra. You wouldn't get it. Huh? You wouldn't get it. Yeah, of course.
You're lucky with the mystery. Did you win then?
Just a call on the small blind. 2 players with Queen Jack. One of them is Martin, who doesn't have to raise here, but I think it's the right play against weakness shown on the table. It's a big raise. And an all-in. Ace-10 has pushed all in, and our Greek friend will have to fold his Queen Jack suited. So we have Queen Jack offsuit against Ace-10. Martin with a wrought smile on his face, just been told that his neighbour had the same hand. Not what you want to hear. Ace-10 still winning. We're going to see a double up here. We certainly are. So the ace plays, and 2 pairs wins.
Main evencie pokračujeme 17. levelom Small Blind 6000 Big Blind 12000 Big Blind 12000 Blinds up in Main Event 6000 12,000 Big Blind 12,000.
We just heard there that blinds are up to 6,000, 1,200. Sorry, 6,000, 12,000. Waiting for a player to come into seat 2. Be with us very soon, I'm sure. Federer on a big blind with Jack 10. May elect to see a flop in position against a small blind. Or could raise. Either play is perfectly okay. Just tells Martin, though, that he's not particularly strong. Gives Martin some opportunities to represent the ace. And he's hit the second pair anyway. So I'm sure we'll see a bet. And we may see a fold by Federer with a Jack 10. He's not hit anything. Further now on the small blind with a very playable King Queen offsuit. Calling the raise. That wasn't even a raise, so it's just called the big blind. 3 to the flop, 2 of them are kings. And no, not one player has hit a pretty awful flop of Jack-8 for Rainbow. At the moment, the King Queen is playing, but Federer won't know that. He's having a bet, though. I like this. I think he's seen weakness in the other 2 players and is making a play for the pot. Lovely. So even though he was ahead, he probably didn't know it. Made a nice bet there to take down a small pot. Now, new player in on seat 2 is Wolfgang Boyer from Austria, taken over from his Austrian colleague, and he has 391,000 chips. It's a nice stack, more than about 35 big blinds, so it's a very playable stack compared to the others. Michel, one of our shorter stacks, now on 15 big blinds, and quite a few in the same kind of area of 20 odd big blinds, 20 to 25 big blinds. Pair of sevens here, almost certainly going to see a shove. He only has 12 big blinds, so I think we will see a shove from our Greek player in seat 6, Anastasios, who's been up and down a bit so far here on day 2 of the Slovak series of poker. Chips in hand, over the line. Is anyone going to call him? Well, Federer certainly isn't with Queen 8, and then we're round to the blinds. 2 players left. Does anyone have a hand to call a shove? The answer's no and no. So our new player, Wolfgang, folds. So nice little pot there with a pair of sevens.
That's my favorite card. Just a player. I take the advantage the new player they have not like to lose a pot in the first hand, so I squeezed. I try to give some content to the streaming.
Lovely ace-king suited on the button. Perfect position for this kind of hand. May well get called by the 9-7 suited. Looks like a strong raise. Wow, massive raise, 45,000. Almost 4 times the big blind. A little bit overkill. So Andras wanted to see this flop, I think, with the 9-7 suited, but has had to fold. So maybe the sizing of the there was very large, much larger than one might normally put in, but arguably protected his ace king. Martin with a pair of fives, raising in early position. Wolfgang with a suited ace. Certainly want to see a flop here. It's on the button as well. Oh wow, okay. That surprises me. Folding ace-6 on the button. You're in position. You've got a suited ace. Well, that either tells us he's a very solid player or doesn't want to get involved with our chip leader at the table. And he's only just arrived, so he doesn't really know how the table is playing at the moment. All a choice in poker. Honestly, nothing's right or wrong. I think there are optimal plays for sure. And he was in position there. So I favour the call, but he's decided he didn't want to play it. And that's absolutely fine. Wolfgang, our new player to the table, picks up a pair of aces in the cutoff. And Michelle has shoved with a pair of eights. We know she's going to get called, and we could lose her from this final table to our new player on the table. Andras is thinking about it with King Jack. I think it's just posturing because can't be serious. Alexander will fold. And Wolfgang will snap with the aces. And Michelle will get the bad news. Yeah. I think we know what she said there without translating. So Chinese aces against real aces. No good for the eights. Backdoor flush draw to the spade. Only an 8 now. 10%. And we lose Michelle from this feature table on day 2. And Wolfgang has increased his stack, which is very welcome. So perhaps folding his ace-6 suited worked out very well for him there. raising with Queen 4 offsuit and ironically having the best hand. This is interesting. So no, it was just a call. So they're both going to a flop with Queen 4 and Queen 3. A lot of split pot possibilities here. This will go down to whoever plays it the best. Big blind with the smaller stack. Nice little bet there from Andras and Anastasios. Sorry, from Alexander and Anastasios, who's our shorter stack, had to fold.
I have a king. I have a king. My mom watching it.
Martin looking down and seeing queens, hoping someone has raised, but everyone resisted.
Okay, now we are 1-1 draw. 44. My queens. Cold water, please.
Okay. Sparkling still.
Like normal tap water is okay. Is it good? It's okay, yeah, you have tap water. Yeah? You drink it at home?
No, if I'm losing, I'm drinking. If I'm winning, it's only prayer, PG.
Even if you maybe first thing you go downstairs to the shop and buy the PG. When you have a lot. At this state of mind, I don't drink this water.
Our short stack now with an ace on the button, but decides against the push. Martin with King 9 probably wouldn't have called a push, but may raise. He likes to raise in the small blind. Fair to giving him a bit of chat. Just working out how much to raise. It's a big one. And Federer with a pair of nines may well play back at him. The big hand heads up. Doesn't know what an amazing position he's in against King 9. Only 3 kings in the pack to hit. No flush draw. So I'm sure he'll play back at him anyway. Just a call. Disguising his pair here. The problem is he's too many overcards. That's not a bad flop for nines. Is Martin going to represent the jack? About a third of the pot. I don't think Feder's going to go anywhere with second pair. Just calls it. It's only a good card if you've got ace 3. Martin going to fire a second bullet into this 170k pot. What's he representing if he does?
Short information for the players. We are opening new cash game table. Table number 4. 2 pot limit on having minimum buying 100.
The nines still holding at the moment. Unless Martin can find a bet to take Feder off it. I don't think he can. But there'll be no reason for Feder to bet. So this could go check, check. And Feder will be up to 650k. And he started off as one of the shorter sacks on the table, so he's done very well. Martin may feel he has to bet this because I don't think he'll win it in terms of his holding. Feder, you can see the confusion on his head. His bet makes no sense at all, and he's right. And I think he's just going to call it and take an even bigger pot down. Trying to think through the way this hand has been played, and if he follows his instinct, he should just call. It's a tough one, but unless Marcy happened to get lucky on the end with a 10. This will tell us a lot about this player. Lovely. Yep. Gets the acknowledgement. Lovely call. Picks up a good pot there. Andras just calling with the ace queen. Interesting play here. We've seen 3x's and 3.5x's with a lot worse hands than that. Is he inducing a raise from someone else so he can re-raise? Martin may well raise here with King Jack offsuit. So Martin has raised as predicted with the King Jack. And let's see if Andras, he's just called, so he's very much disguising the strength of his hand here. But will he get in trouble? No, he won't. Not if he hits his ace. And he really... Oh, okay. No, it's just a big bet. So having spent all that time disguising it, he really should have made more value from that pot by checking. I think a lot of inexperience there, shown by Andras in seat 4. Alexander raising this time with the ace queen as opposed to his neighbour in the previous hand. Ace queen suited on the button. We're going to see some action here. I would think we'll see a 3-bet for sure. Just working out how much. Possibly 70,000, something like that. Doesn't like to raise, okay. And so 2 new players to the table. Wolfgang we've already met, who has won a big pot already. And we are joined by Istvan Kovac. So pair of 2s, Jack 6, Jack has hit. Top pair, Ace Queen. Both Alexander and Federer have hit their Ace Queen. Or hit their Queen anyway. This should get to be a decent sized pot. Federer with the Ace Queen suited. Making a raise. Yep. I would think it's all going to go in now from Alexander. Not got diamonds, but does have top pair, top kicker. Both players just trying to work out whether they're up against a bigger hand, 10-9, a bigger, maybe 2 pairs, a pair with a flush draw. A lot of combos out there, but they've both got top pair, top kicker. So I'm expecting this pot to be a big one. Here we go. All in by Alexander and Federer. Snap call. And they will both show the same hand. And it will be a split pot.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Where's everyone gone?
This decision was more difficult for me than for you. Yeah, because of diamonds.
King 10 diamond.
Jacks, not, but eights, yeah. Eights was the most tender.
Why not jacks? I just called queen suited.
Yeah, Jacks possible. Where I come from? Yeah. France.
Instead of raising.
Put you more on diamonds, so it would be.
Because when I raised, I kind of.
Here we see our chip leaders. Federer now has moved ahead of Martin, both with about 60 big blinds. At one point, Martin had well over 100. So as the blinds have increased and he's lost a couple of pots, things start to even up. And Andras with ace king played his ace jack fairly badly, in my humble opinion, earlier on. Very strange play, but has made a standard raise here. Oh, he hasn't. He's called again. It's a very strange play. He's calling with raising hands. And I thought it was to trap, but then he doesn't trap. So I really don't know what his strategy is. Well, Federer is now raising himself. So if it's to induce a raise and he comes back over the top, that's a clear and fair enough strategy. Let's see what he does. I have no idea. I think maybe just... no, he has 3-bet to 62k. So that was his plan. Let's see how Federer responds. Decent enough flop for ace king. Top pair, top kicker with 2 pairs. Jack 10 has missed. Backdoor spades. Andras looking to set Fede up on this hand, and he's checked, inducing the bet. This is nice play. He's looking to get maximum value from his ace king here. 32k. But it's just a shove and it'll be a fold. So he's not going to get maximum value. Bit gung-ho, this young man. Not enough thinking about the route through to getting a big pot. You've got to get value out of these kind of hands. And he's just given that value away.
Before the flop, we took aces, but after the flop, aces, no.
Try to change the change for kings or queens.
Oh, ace king. Ace king.
change. It's not working.
But you never know. You never know. You don't see. Ah, 68. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's finished.
Where from?
France.
France?
Grenoble.
Grenoble.
Maybe in the Alps.
Of course I know. I have betting many times to Grenoble. For draw.
Skiing.
Queen 7 here. Wolfgang has hit the straight. Andras sit third pair. How will Wolfgang extract value from here? 68k in the pot. We'll need to see a bet. Maybe 25, something like that. How about exactly 25? It's a nice inviting bet. But Andras does not want to play, so Wolfgang picks up a small pot, but a nice increase to his stack. Alexander raising with the ace-10 offsuit in the big blind. Sorry, calling there. Calling the king-9 raise by Wolfgang. Neither player has hit. Alexander checks. Wolfgang probably sizing up a c-bet. 25, 30,000. Just over the 30 in this case, 33. Ace-10 still winning. And we see another bet from Wolfgang to try and take this pot down. He must know he's behind in some way or other. Possible flush draw though. And the flush has hit and a straight as well. So dangerous river for both players here. Ace-10 will win if Wolfgang checks. Does he want to represent either the straight or the flush? Probably the only way he can win it is by betting. And Alexander, 65,000. It's a strong bet. Half the pot. Alexander just trying to work out whether he really is ahead. He thought he was all the way through. Made a very good call earlier and picks up a good pot. This is another opportunity. But it's tricky. Very hard to call with just an ace high. Doesn't have a lot of information to go on the way this hand is played. Just trying to reason it through. Work out whether Wolfgang's story makes sense. If he is up against a flush, great call, great call. Wolfgang going to show the bluff. But Alexander going to take the chips. Martin raising with the ace-10. Fede has a very defendable ace-9. But very solid fold there. It's unusual. I think it's taking the stack size into consideration. So Martin picking up a pot. Unless our Greek friend with a very short stack, Anastasios, got some chips in already. It's on the big blind. He's got 12 in. It's 12 to call. Getting 4.5 to 1 on his money. 5-4 suited's not a bad hand to call with. If you hit, you're ahead, especially against what you're likely to be up against is 2 higher cards. So I favour the call here. He's getting decent odds and he's got a disguised hand. Let's see if he can hit though. No. The ace-10 well ahead at this point, and the 5-4 suited will just have to give up, I'm afraid. Unless he makes a big play like going all in. That's probably the only play he's got to take this pot down. Martin following up his earlier raise. He has hit second pair with top kicker and takes it down. Well played, sir.
Main event je máme vyššie blindy 8000, 16000 big blind, 16000 blinds up in main event, 8000, 16000 big blind, 16000.
Wolfgang now with the aces. Second time he's had it since he sat down. Made a small raise this time, just over 2x. Alexander with fives. But we're coming round to Martin with an ace. May not want to fold this. May feel any ace is good here. It does indeed call. So 3 to the flop. Alexander needs to hit a 5. Backdoor flush for Martin. And a decent enough flop for aces. Needs to get rid of any draws there. The jack tens, the flushes, king or queen that may hit a second pair. I need to be betting this. Should be on the slightly higher side of normal. 55, 60,000 rather than the usual 40. He has not been listening. So 35,000 bet. I do favour us a larger bet here with that particular quite draw heavy board. As it turns out, we know neither player has hit that board, but that's not the point. Ace of Clubs may want to come along for the ride, hoping a club or a 10 or a jack hits the next, or even an ace for that matter. We know he's dominated, but he won't know that. Very easy, this game of poker, when you can see the cards, isn't it? And he just folds his ace two. And Wolfgang showing his aces and everyone having a little chuckle. We have a new player come into seat 3, Hungarian Istvan Kovács. Istvan in seat 3, I think we've seen him on the feature table before here at Banco Casino. Recognise the name. Immediately in the action with an ace-10 offsuit. He's got 240,000, but the blinds are 816. Looks like a race to 40k. No one will know how he plays. It's his first hand. He's just sat down. So we're going to need some big hands to come back at him. And 9-8 is not it. King Jack's a possibility. If he shoves, then it's very hard for our new player to call with ace-10. Nice pair of sixes for Martin. Raises to 35k. Better suited ace for Fede. Already got chips in with the small blinds. Got 8k in already. So 27 to call. 3-1 on his money. Very solid player, as we learnt earlier with the ace-9. Poor Peter coming in with a pair of fours. Pair over pair. Are we going to see a set? We are not at the moment. So not a good board for either player. Two Slovaks up against each other here at the Slovak Series of Poker. Martin doesn't let pots go very easily. Will always play the aggressive stance, and that wins him the pot. Had the better hand anyway. But I don't think he knew that. Andras just calling, as he has done with every hand he's had, including his premium ones. It's an interesting strategy. Not seen it before very much. Fede on the bottom with 6-2 suited. Unless you want to play it. Looking at call of 16. And Peter with king. So no one has particularly good hands. Wolfgang has the jack-8, so more connected than the others. Queen 4-5. Andres has hit his queen. And 6-2 has hit a gut shot. Fede, who is not the most aggressive player, he's now hit a flush draw as well as his gut shot. Double gut shot. It's a 7 or a 3 and heart. So he's in quite a strong position. I think really he should be betting this, even though the top pair of queens is there. I don't know whether Andras will have a bet. No, the worst hand on the board feels he's winning because he's hit the 8. A heart has hit. So Fede gets the tick, but it's a very low flush. Can someone take him off this? Probably will just check around. No, Andres is going to make a stab with his top pair. Not the best timing, really, to do that when the flush comes in. Yeah, there he goes. I don't think Fede will be folding. Going to assess the situation. No one showed much strength on the turn, which would have been the time. So, perfectly sensible call. Wolfgang just has third pair. Gonna have to give this up, I think. Yep. So Estrada's going to see the bad news. But to be honest, he played the hand fairly badly throughout that and had an opportunity to win it earlier, but put no pressure on his opposition. So nice little. Short stack shove with the ace queen. So they'll be tempted to call with the queen 10, but he's folded much better hands than this so far. Yeah. Showing his frustration. Now we have the blinds. Peter with 10-5. Wolfgang will fold 5-3. And Istvan 5-2. So, yep. Went to the best hand there. Here we see our chip stacks. Our two chip leaders on 47-48 big blinds. And our Greek player who won the last pot is still under the 10 big blind spot. Very dangerous position. Here's our VPIP, our aggression rating. No surprise to me that Martin Bartosz is ahead and Wolfgang, our new player to the table, is second. Istvan has not really played much, so his stat is a bit unfair. We have 65 players left of the 988 starting players. Istvan makes up the blinds with 8-2 suited. And he's up against the 10-5. Well, that's a pretty good flop for 8-2. Two pairs. Looking to trap here. We'll be betting now. Look like Andres is going to fold before the bet.
Take back your blind. Maybe he's passing a hand, then you come over the corner. doesn't know I'm here. It depends. If I won, maybe it's good for here. Back to reality. Greece. You, sir? Croatia.
Bottom end of the straight for Alexander there with the 6. And Andres has nothing, so except a pair of 3s, and will fold. Not the most exciting hand, that one. Nice playable King 10 suited, raises 2 times the big blind. Fede, also a very playable hand, 8-9 suited. But Peter now with a premium hand. He's got jacks. We will see a 3-bet here. It's like 80,000. Now Alexander in a very difficult position. He's got ace-queen suited. I could see a lot of chips go in here. And a battle between Peter and Alexander. I think Martin will get out of the way. So if we see a 4-bet here, or probably a push from Alexander, we know Peter will call and Martin will get out of the way. Wow. Wow. Folding ace-queen suited. That's really interesting. I mean, to me, that's someone who doesn't want to win this tournament. Sometimes you need to fold those hands, but not against an aggressive player's raise and a re-raise. You're not going to be that far behind with ace-queen suited. You can't always assume that your opposition's got ace-king. In this case, he was a flip with the jacks. And I think Martin would probably fold the king 10. But he's got good post-flop abilities. So he may decide to call and try and outplay Peter on the flop, depending on what we get. I think that's his decision. So we got 200k in the plot. King 10 of hearts against jacks. Jacks has mullered this. Top set. King 10 has got the gut shot to the queen. Peter playing it very cute. disguising his hand there. A bit dangerous with this board. And he's now run into the straight. So real trouble with that check. Martin will push him here. He's hit the nuts. Playing it very, very cool. He knows he's got the nuts. He's just trying to work out whether or not he'll get all of Peter's chips in. And our two Slovak players, one has a set, the other has the nuts straight. So the board needs to pair for Peter to win. He certainly should have been betting either the flop or the turn. He would have been unlucky on as he bet the turn, but I think he really should have bet the flop as well. And King 10 may or may not have called. And he pairs and doubles up. So what a big double up there. Poor old Martin hits his gut shot and loses a big pot. Lovely double up there for Peter. So it did work out for him, although he actually almost gave the pot away. Wow. Yeah. Two Slovak players swapping chips. Chip leader Martin is now back in the pack.
Mr. 4000. Okay.
4,000.
Mr. 4000. Like Omaha, yes?
But opponent full house on the river.
Yes.
Same.
Yes,
Yes, 4,000.
maybe it's a good way.
You want like 10 times.
It's an unbelievable story.
There's the story of the 200.
Maybe over the tournament. Yeah. It's not stop.
It's just to see what you hit.
Second time on the river. But same thing for me. Would I lose? Okay.
I can say now I have folded 8-9.
Me, ace queen diamond.
I've got an array of good-looking hands here. Istvan with the ace queen, facing a 3-bet by Wolfgang with a king queen. We saw Alexander fold his ace queen earlier, and it is a tricky spot. You know, all options available: fold, call, or shove. And it is a tricky spot. We know that the shove will get through, or if it gets called, it'll be by an inferior hand. We have the advantage of seeing the cards, but sometimes you look at ace queen and you think, what a lovely hand. And other times you look and go, it's losing to ace king or a pair. A lot of it is about your mindset at this point, not really the maths. But I think he's decided to push all in. I think it's the right way of playing it. Our short stack not happy about that. Queen 6 suited. It's going to be folding. Martin would have liked to have seen a flop with the 8-9 suited. Peter folding the King 9. Now, well, how will Wolfgang play the King Queen? He covers Istvan. And he's getting just over 2-1 on his money. We know it's dominated, but sometimes people will not fold a hand like King Queen once they've raised. He did 3-bet already with it to 90. He's put quite a bit in this pot already. Tricky spot. That's a very solid fold there with the King Queen. I think he had no choice, really. This fan teasing him there, just showing the ace, which of course was ahead of the King Queen anyway. I think Wolfgang knows he made a good fold there. It's Van folding his pair. Wolfgang raising with the ace-10. We might see a push here. No, he decided to fold his ace-4 suited. Fede on the big blind, getting very good value to call his Queen-8 suited, and he can afford to. He's trebled up since he sat down at the beginning of this day 2 feature table. So, logical call. Have a look at a flop. And they've both hit. Top pair for Wolfgang, second pair for Fede. This could get fruity. Wolfgang hitting this 3 aces. But he's underrepresented his hand so far. May get a call. Looks like 30k. Nice enticing bet. Will Fede read the ace or will he call? He's calling. Calling with a queen. Great position for Wolfgang. Is he going to get paid with another small bet? $40K maybe. Very well weighted bet. And an immediate call. Fede's going to see he's got an ace. And played that very, very well. Wolfgang got absolute maximum value from his ace there. Disguised it well, and two small bets, both paid. Very, very well played there by Wolfgang. And he needed to increase his stack.
What I can do? I don't have any folding equity. So if everybody folding, of course I jump. I survive.
Nice check on the flop with two spades. Especially on the secondary skill. Because I'm 90% sure that you don't.
This could be the hand that Anton, yep, King 7 suited. He's taken a stance. Let's see if he's going to meet any resistance. Not so far. Big blind to go. 7-6, not the hand to call with. So picks up a small pot, but still alive.
I jump.
Martin picking up a big pair of nines in the cut-off late position. Certainly be raising. Just the 2x, 100% raise. Started this table with over $1 million. Was chip leader by far. Lost a couple of very big pots. Very unlucky on money at the nuts on the turn. And seat 1 doubled up when he filled his boat. Got a full house on the river. Picks up the blinds. Here we see our VPIP, pre-flop raising, rather. So Wolfgang and Martin at the top, no surprise there. And Fede and Andras right down the bottom, and also no surprise there. And Andras has just called just about everything. Hasn't actually raised once, I don't think. Surprised his percentage is not lower.
Some of miss there.
I can bet more on the river. You call 65.
Definitely. I was 90% sure that you don't have a name. I was continually raising you. No points of raising. I will show them when you see.
Martin back in the action with a Jack 8 suited. Had a premium pair of 9s last hand. That got through. Istvan will probably want to see a flop here. He's on the big blinds, only costing him 16k to see a flop with an ace. Neither player has hit. So this could go to Martin. He'll certainly be the aggressor here. In position. Martin doesn't let these pots go past him if he can. Pretty sure he'll be betting. It was the original raiser. And Istvan may well have to fold his ace-8. Not hit anything on board with a backdoor flush draw, basically. Arguably a backdoor straight draw as well. But let's see if he wants to play. Nope, he does not.
Right.
Manos. Καλά. Προσπαθώ. Με βλέπει η μαμά μου και θέλω να τις βάλω καλά.
Peter picking up premium hand, pair of queens. Raising to 55k, but we've got Wolfgang with ace king offsuit. We good hands.
Strange things, all the showdowns are pretty good. All his showdowns are pretty good. Let's see what happens. Another one change. Check. He looks very like queens. No. Queens. Who got queens? Queens.
Queens, seat number 1.
So we are seeing an all-in with the ace-king and the call. The queen has hit a set, only a 10. And big double up. And we see Wolfgang eliminated, played a very strong game, but ran into queens with his ace-king. And local Slovakian player has won another big pot. Done very well since he sat down in seat 1. So we now have 7 on our feature table. We'll be coming up to the break soon, which will be half an hour once it starts. And we will have a new feature table for you at the start of the next session. A couple of short stacks still on the table. Peter in seat 1 has increased his stack threefold, maybe more now, since he sat down.
We're still friends.
I had got infarct.
Ah, you have that?
Yeah. What's wrong? To me. On the river. Second time. $500,000, 2 hands out. 4,000.
Yeah, he's right. He's saying he could have been out so easily earlier when Martin was winning with a straight against his set, and the board housed up on the end. He doubled up, and then he's won another big. So he knows, but that's poker. Very fine margins sometimes. Istvan raising with the king 6. I think we're lagging behind slightly. I don't think Andras would have called with the jack 3. So it looks like we're on Alexander with a very playable ace 8. Again, has all options here. He has tended to fold these kind of hands. And if he does get a chance to look at the stream, he'll find he folded the best hand almost every time. So poker is a game where aggression tends to dominate passive play, and the aggressive play is usually the best play. Now we've got a change of dealer.
Next time, 2020.
Not sure when the break will be, but we have 60 players left here on day 2. I think we'll be playing down to about 16 for the final table, so still a long way to go. Make sure you get your coffees and teas and beers and wine, depending on what you want, here on Sunday night at Banco Casino.
Main event players after this have here 30 minutes dinner break. V main evente nám nasleduje po dohratí aktuálnej ruky 30-minútový dinner break. Pilorov poprosím o čiberej z tisícok.
Short stack in a tricky spot with ace 6. He's up against Fede's raise, one of the tightest players on the table. He's not going to feel awfully good about his ace-6, although we know he is ahead. But not a lot in it, 53-47. And if he raises, he'll probably get called. I think we will then be going into a break. He's been very patient so far. Decides to fold, shows the ace. Fede will be happy he didn't raise. Okay, guys, we will see you in half an hour back here at the Slovak Series of Poker in Banco Casino.
short information before when you start. If you have smartwatch, everything electrics, put here phones on the table, yeah?
Phones, môžem mať telefón? A vo vočku nejakú? Ani vo vočku?
Magnetický stôl.
Dobre, jasné. Daj to. Mám, ale mochy to môže mať. A tento pilot po vysielačke. Pilota máme.
Prečo mám to?
Týmta je loď, ktorá sa plaví do neznáma.
This is just until the next break, yeah? And,
Yeah, each break we change the table.
no.
I'm not so optimistic that I will last. Ale ne, ja som si mochy povedali, lebo ne, však henta, lebo henta, ona bola zmetená. Však tak, no áno, ale proste ona nevedela spraviť.
Ešte musím pozrieť, či to je.
Ale neboj sa, ja zabijem aj room mochy, tam to není problém. Keď objednáš, tak není problém. Auto už je preč, ja už som. Tak sa proste máme vybavovať veci a mne to strašne pomôže, keď to dobudem, že už mám auto doma proste.
Poprosím všetkých hráčov mystery bounty, aby sa vrátili späť na svoje miesta. Budeme pokračovať.
Ale ja som bol na kebabu, lebo ja som bol na mojej dočkať, keď to no dobre, použil si konexie. Treba.
Ale bolo piata, vraj.
We will shuffle up.
Now.
They were just waiting for you.
Yeah. Waiting for me to sit down?
So important. Tournament.
Maybe.
You're the winner.
Maybe.
Po breaku budeme v turnaji pokračovať 19. levelom Small Blind, 10 000 Big Blind, 20 000 Big Blind, 20 000. After the break we will continue with level number 19, Small Blind, 10,000 Big Blind, 20,000 Big Blind, 20,000 and dealer shuffle and deal.
Asi už bolo, ja neviem.
I only suck for this
Yeah.
To je treba sa zmiať.
situations.
Welcome back, everyone, to day 2 of the Slovak series of poker here in Banco Casino. And we have a new table on our feature table. One very big chip leader, Mr. Mielnik, with 1.9 million. And we have 2 short stacks, 8 big blinds each. So we could see some action very early on this table. So seat 1, Slovakian Gabriel. Seat 2, Milan. Dominic in seat 3 from Poland. Just made that raise. And Tadeusz from Poland in seat 4, our big chip leader, 1.9 million. Zolt from Hungary in seat 5, one of our short stacks. Tamás, also from Hungary, 265,000. Peter on seat 7, 280,000. And Georgolis from Greece with 160,000 on seat 8, also one of our 2 short stacks. So Brand new table, lots of new challenges. Blinds are 10-20, so people with 160 only have 8 big blinds. There are 2 players, seat 5 and seat 8. So Gabriel opening with King 10, showing his intent. Twice the big blind. Got through so far. He's up against King Queen though. This is Tamás, Hungarian, in seat 6. Makes the call with King Queen. And they've both hit their queen. This could be trouble for Gabriel in seat 1. Nice little check there. Optimum play here is just a call. Let Izo make the mistake. So unless Izo hits his 10, that's absolute curtains for him. The King Queen is a long way ahead here. Izo's going to feel he's winning. Probably time to pull the trigger and get it all in. Izo is not folding. No point calling 65. It's without putting the rest in, whether you have it or not. It's very suspect just to call. May even mean he loses some value from the pot. So needs to get it in here. We know Izo will call with the King 10. And unless a 10 comes on the board, the King Queen will double up. Action on our first hand. There it goes. And immediate call. And he sees the bad news. Tamás, double up first hand, unless... Oh. So nice double up. Tamás started this table on 265,000. Now got over 500.
Oh, I'm sorry. Everything for that.
It works, so it's okay. I will try that next time, random moment, just 7. See if it works.
It will be fun for the TV.
Yeah.
It will be fun. You celebrating your shot.
Yeah. Like before, against you. Yeah.
Awesome pass. Leading pass. Top pass. Three pass. Three pass. Pitch raise, calling.
It's a big play here with 8-4 suited. Anyone has any kind of hand, he's going to be in trouble. So 8 big blinds, pushes with 8-4. And it does get through. So he increases a significant stack, 50k on top of 120. It's with the blinds at 10-20. There's only one play for a short stack, and you were probably going to be live there with 8-4. So it's not such an awful shove. People may think, oh, how can he shove with such a poor hand? Excuse me. Even if he got called there, probably be 2 overcards, and he would have had 40%. So it's not a bad shove if you think it will get through. Queen Jack raise and an immediate shove with the Ace King. Now, well, short stack has a pair. Very hard to fold here. Short stack with a pair. You may have to take the risk. And I think seat 3. Dominic will have to fold his Queen Jack, but he decided to fold. And I think Queen Jack will still fold. It's not a great value calls, nearly half his stack. Sixes could have taken a position there. Not a bad hand to go all in with. At best, you're flipping. And you kind of need to double up at some point. Trouble with always having to be the one that shoves is if you get called, you're often called by a better hand. So I think sixes missed a potential opportunity there. As one of our December events coming up. SPF Poker, 11th to the 18th of December. That's after the festival. 300k guaranteed. Festival is 500k guaranteed main event with about 40 different events going on. Lots of mixed game poker, fantastic week. We've had it in Tallinn, we've had it in Nottingham in England, and Bratislava 2 years ago. So it's back in Bratislava here at the Banco Casino. Very, very exciting week. I will be playing an event every day and maybe a bit of commentating now for some of the PLO cash games. Hopefully I will be in the main event final table, which is what we all want. So here are 8 players looking to get through day 2 and get to our final 16 that will start the final day tomorrow.
Nem szimultán, csak amíg lesétálnak. Mert tudod, a osztó van egy és akkor szétszórják elvileg. Fogyás? Millió? So the reason we're pausing now is the players are moving around from one room to another, and so we just have a few minutes pause before we can start dealing again once everyone else is settled.
konto 20 000. Main event is continued blinds 10,000, 20,000, big blind hit 20,000, and dealer shuffle up and deal.
Vesla dole.
Je to tak. 12 prípad. 4 race, 40, 40,000, 5, 6 plus, 7.
So we are back started again. Blinds 10-20. Seen a raise with a Jack 10 suited. Pretty good hand to raise with. And Izo in seat what? Gabriel, I'm sorry, has called with a 10-6 suited. Both players missed, but seat 4, Tadeusz is our chip leader and will not let go, I'm sure. And the 3-bet, C-bet rather, takes down the pot. Pair of sixes, 2x bet. And our short stack asset having to fold. Maybe regretting he didn't go all in with his sixes earlier. Gabriel, who seems to be playing quite a wide range of hands, may want to play his ace 4, but I'm not sure how he want to play it. Yeah, I thought he might. Looking like a re-raise. Very aggressive player by the look of it. Local Slovakian. So pressure on Peter, in also Slovakian in seat 7, and he folds. That's a nice raise there by Gabriel. Gabriel second in chips on this table, now has about $1 million. So good aggressive poker. Usually wins the hands, not always, but if you had to choose between aggression and passive poker, always choose aggression.
Lorman, servis, prosím. Áno. 4, 5, 6, 7 pas. Aj 8 pas. Aha, dobre.
This time Gabriel, one of the more aggressive players on the table, with a very raisable, that's not a word, with a very good hand to raise with. Ace King on the button, just does a min raise though. Does allow calls. Dominic has called with the 8-6. Has a flush draw, but top pair to Gabriel. Check, check. Now he has to bet. Try and get value from his ace.
Jedna race, 125,000.
Én meg a 7-esben gyújtoltam.
Az jó lett volna, mert akkor átvételjük. Nem bejön. Hát ott a törnöm már nem volt hol eldobni, nekem semmi neked.
Én még gondolkodtam, hogy csak hol.
Hát de Riveren ugyanez van.
Hát tudom. Csak hogy biztos berag.
5 perc. 6 perc. 7 raise over.
Ace Jack push with 14 big blinds. Very unlikely to be called except by a premium hand. We have a new player in seat 2. I think it's Roland Vieg from Slovakia, and he has 1 million chips. I'm not 100% sure whether that's right, but Ace 9 now. Tough spot, early position, Ace 9. Totally understand the fold there by Peter. So around to Gabriel. So all in push by Queen Jack, and our chip leader looks down and sees a premium hand. Also our short stack, Ace 10 suited, gets it in. We've got Jacks, Queen Jack, Ace 10. This could be a nice pot for our chip leader if the Jacks hold. Only has to fade an Ace or a Queen or a flush. Great opportunity to treble up for our short stack with the Ace 10. Not sure what Queen Jack's doing in it. It's a new player to the table. Well, that's done nothing to change it. Backdoor hearts for the Queen Jack. And Jack's hold. So we have 2 players knocked out. Two seats open now on the table, so we will be expecting 2 new players. We're waiting for a couple of players to come in and join this feature table. We have 51 players left on the Sunday, the day 2 of the Slovak series of poker. So everyone's had a full day 1, maybe more than 1 bullet. And we have a big chip leader in seat 4 who's just knocked 2 players out with Jacks against Ace 10 suited and Queen Jack. Right, here we have our 2 players coming in. Looks like a healthy stack. Down to the last 5% of runners. Everyone's in the money. The big money's up top. I think top payment is 55,000 euros for this tournament. It's a very, very healthy profit from a 200 buy-in.
Exactly same situation.
Ten sa rozpadol stôl. Ja viem, ale on nechápe tomu, že prečo nie je tá istá situácia.
So I think seat 5 is Roland Vieg from Slovakia, and he's brought 1 million chips to the table. This time we've got aces. So nice position for Tamas in seat 6. He's got the aces. Let's see if he's going to... Yep, there's Roland. Welcome, Roland. King 3 suited. May want to see a flop. We'll assume he's behind and know he needs to hit. So check pre-flop. It's got a gut shot, but Tamas has hit top set of aces. Not too much danger there. May not want to put too many chips in here. May just feel 30, 40,000. Try and build up the pot a bit. Oh, Roland giving the stare down. Got the Slovakian stare down on the stack. Very nice. I like this bet. 20,000. Lovely, small, enticing bet. Roland looking at that gut shot and thinking, why not? Doesn't want to see a 5. Now hit his 3. Not the best turn for a set of aces. Just, no reason why Roland won't have a 5 here. I still think we'll see a bet, maybe 40,000. Let's try and get a bit more value, maybe 50. Nope, 55. Trying to get some more value out of this top set. Roland's unfortunately hit his pair, and he's calling. That doesn't change anything. So, how much can he bet that will get called? I think Roland has to put him on at least 1 ace. He's not going to put him on 2, but he's got to put him on a pair of aces. Lovely. What a lovely small bet. 1 ace, 2 aces. Roland smiles. He's been... So Roland milked there by top set of aces. Unfortunately, he hit his 3 and had the gut shot draw. Welcome to the table, my friend, would be the thinking of some of the other players, especially Tamas. Gabriel with 7s. I'm pretty sure he won't be shy to raise. Did a min raise last time. And looks like he's doing the same. This time, Tadeusz, our chip leader with 10s, is raising. Getting the right hands at the right time helps keep your chip lead. How's Gabriel going to respond with his 7s? And very good fold. Just decided they just weren't strong enough, and he was right. So well played, both players there. And our chip leader, Tadeusz Melniak from Poland, increases his lead. Small blind calling with Queen 9. Peter checking 8-4 offsuit. Nothing for either player. First player to bet will probably take this down. Yep. Nice bet and nice play.
Sit open. Nem dupla, de nyertem 2 potot.
Dominic raising with the ace-jack offsuit. And this could be a little bit of trouble for our chip leader, who will certainly want to use his stack to re-raise with the ace-10. We'll see how Dominic wants to play when it comes back round. Oh, we've got Peter with kings, so it may not come round. We're going to see a shove here. No doubt, shove. This changes the dynamic totally between the ace-jack and the ace-10. So it's a very, very different play now. And even our chip leader may not be able to call. Tadeusz does call with the ace-10. I'm quite surprised by that. That's not a great call, even though you're the chip leader. I think once you've got a 4-bet there, you have to respect that player as having a premium hand, and calling with ace-10, even if you can afford it, is not the best call. Of course, he'll spike an ace in the window. Okay, he doesn't. Does have a backdoor flush draw. So King's still holding. Could be a nice double up for Kings. There we go. So not the best call in the world, I think, by our chip leader there.
Ja ani čipy nikde, len na Olinu berem čipy nikde.
Ale tak on
Nemáš čím hrať, akože otvárať hru.
a to bolo ideálne pre teba.
Ale našak jasné.
Tým tam investuje.
Queen 8 raising by our more aggressive player at the table, Gabriel in seat 1. But Dominic in seat 3 has Ace Jack suited and will use that to re-raise. Nice 3-bet there of 120k and an immediate fold by Gabriel. I think the table will have recognised that he is one of the more aggressive players, and so hands like Ace 10, Ace Jack will play back at him, and usually they will be ahead. We have a new player on the table in seat 2, and that is Dimitrios from Greece, and he has 600,000 with him. So these players coming thick and fast from the other tables. In fact, we've got a spare seat on seat 8, and we welcome Daniel Dragu from Romania with 675,000. So both players similar stacks with blinds at 10-20. Plenty of play in both their stacks. This time, our chip leader with aces. He's running really good here. So he's got aces. He's on the small blind and he goes through. Eight, nine suited. Raise by and a raise on the button by Dominic. Sorry, Dominic calls the 9-8 raise. Roland calls the small blind, makes up the big blind, and we have an ace-jack-5 situation. So jack has hit, 5 has hit, and 8-9 suited has not. So Tamas, of course, with the worst hand bets. I love it. And makes Dominic fold. He gets 2 folds. The bet there goes through the 8-9 suited, raises, represents the ace, and the queen jack folds. I love that. Well played, Tamas. The assumptions we make in poker. Now we're seeing the January Scandinavian Open Poker Championship. $250,000 guaranteed main event for only $185 buy-in. What fantastic value. A lot of my Scandinavian friends, I play a lot in Sweden, have a house out there, and know a lot of Norwegian and Swedish players. I'm sure they will be down for that one. Just had the Norwegian Championships in Norway. First time for many years that the government have allowed it. The previous one was actually here in Bratislava. Lots of action. They love coming to Bratislava because the beers are about a quarter the price of Norway. They're half the price of England, which I love, and quarter the price in Norway. So they love coming to Bratislava to play poker and have a few drinks. So here we have King 7 suited against Ace 6 suited. The King has hit. So how can Dominic get value out of this against our chip leader? Going to bet it. Small bet. Very small. 30,000 into 130. 25% of the pot. And that does bring in our chip leader looking to get a heart or an ace. Not a good card for him. Dominic in seat 3 from Poland, still leading this for top pair. Another bet may not get a call, so check. 4. We're going to see another bet by Dominic. Must like his king here. He won't like his 7, but may just feel that a check call will be the better option though. And by checking, he may be inducing the bet, but no, he's decided to try and get more value out of it. He's almost over betting this. Once a big bet into 190s, 125 into 190. Does look quite bluffy. As Tadeusz, our chip leader, going to think his ace may be good here because of the size of the bet. People will bluff and over bet a pot. Trying to work it out. I think he'll come to the conclusion that he is behind and will fold. He's made some pretty good decisions, though he made a poor call earlier. Lost an unnecessary 250,000. Yeah, good fold. Worked it out there and didn't think his ace could be ahead. Very hard to be bluffing there. One of our new players to the table, Dimitrios from Greece. We're very playable, 10-9 suited. Makes the raise to 45k, just over 2x. Chip leader folds. Trying to see his stack, but Dominic's big hands are in the way, and Roland's got ace king. Pretty sure we'll see a 3-bet here. 100, maybe 110. Looks like he's going a bit bigger. Much bigger, 175. And that's going to be a tricky spot now for Dimitrios, new player to the table, to carry on in this hand. 130k to him, and makes probably the right fold. Gabriel calling with his ace-3. Dominic's raise of ace-9. Both hit an ace. This could be trouble for Gabriel. I don't think he's going to fold now he's hit his ace. Dominic following through. C-betting, very small, 30k. No value in raising. 6 makes no difference, so I'll probably see another bet. Has it gone check, check? It's gone check, check. So they've now got the same hand, aces over sixes with a jack kicker. And Gabriel got lucky there. Looks like the King 10 suited raise will get through. This is an interesting challenge for Dimitrios with the ace 10. 8-7 has called Roland. How does Dimitrios play this? Gotta remember, it's very, very hard to get premium hands. So if you're in position with a raise and a call in front of you, the shove can be very, very effective. And I'm pretty sure it will get through. So it picks up a nice pot there with limited risk. And he'd be unlucky if he was up against a premium hand. Well played. Demetrios sitting top pair here, looking to extract value. Gabriel, one of our more aggressive players, he's picked that up already, and he's letting him hang himself. Just flat call, my friend. Don't need to raise here, because Gabriel will bet again. Reluctant call. Nope, it looks like he's going for the raise. Don't really need to be doing this. If you know an aggressive player is going to bet, let him do the work. You've got top pair, second kicker, and now you're going to push away your value. Yep, that's unfortunate there. Demetrius doesn't really know the texture of the table yet and the players on it. New player in seat 8. Daniel from Romania, 3 betting here. With 9, so it's up to 200k. And everyone making a sensible fold there. Nice hand. So Roland was on the big blind, is being moved to another table to balance all the tables. We may or we may not get another player coming into that seat, but at the moment we'll play 7-handed. Daniel with a pair of 2s in early position decides to raise. Blinds are now 10-25. So, in fact, it's just called. Demetrios with a small ace, crucially covering the 2. Looks like he's going to re-raise. Come here to play poker. I like that. Back round to our early raiser. 65k to call, and he's got the minimum pair. Tricky spot. How does he want to play it? Basically, set mining with 2s. You just pretty well the only card you need to hit, or that you want to hit, is a 2. Any other cards, you really don't know where you are. Tricky spot. And here we see an advert for the festival at the end of November. 500k guaranteed main event. Lots of other PLO horses with Svitten added. There's even table tournaments. There's a pineapple tournament or open Chinese, 1,000 high roller in PLO, open Chinese, and Hold'em, as well as roulette and blackjack tournaments. Yes, tournaments. It's a crazy week. Lots of Scandies and Estonians coming down to Bratislava. Lots of fun. Everyone has a good time in that week. Now we've got very connected board of ace 3-4 of clubs. Only Peter in seat 7 has got a draw here, and he is betting a small bet. See where he is. Tamas has hit nothing, but he may decide to try and put pressure back on Peter, making a very strong raise here with the Jack-9, and it's going to be tricky for Peter to carry on unless he feels he's being attacked. This is very, very good poker here. Excellent play by Tamas. Just felt there was weakness there and pounced. Excellent. Good poker. Nice flop for 8-6 here, up and down. No one else has hit. Not that he knows that. Chip leader, though, may be the aggressor. And he is. So 55k bet into this pot. How does our Romanian friend want to play this? Daniel in seat 8. Pretty sure he'll call. He's got the up and down. Oh, man, he's going for the raise. This is interesting. Tadius hasn't got all these chips by bowing down to a raise throughout the 2 days he's played so far. However, this is not a good board for him at all. He's hit absolutely nothing. So, if he plays, he may want to 4-bet back. Looks like he's counting out a 4-bet. He is here to win. Look at this. Look at this poker. This is fantastic. On another level. And that makes it so hard to call. He is repping an overpair or minimum ace-9 or set of threes, you know, a much bigger hand than he has. 180k to call. This pot is getting very, very large. But he's putting so much pressure on Daniel in seed 8 with his up and down draw. He's either going to go with it or he's going to fold. He's got no other choice. He can't really call here. Yeah, the shoves and looks for the up and down to hit, or he folds now, assuming he's behind. We know he is behind technically to an ace, but he's not far behind. Very little in it.
tam bol, že keď ako poľujem tých 300 000,
Tak tam, hej, dávam to na vysoký
to nie
pár.
je to jedno, ale čo čaká, vieš, na to, že očekuje,
No,
ako idem s tým
to
do
sa
toho,
dalo
že...
čakať, že sa bude holíne.
So we had a bit of a freeze there on the stream, but it looks like our chip leader won that pot. Very, very good aggressive poker, putting maximum pressure on our shorter stack.
Som prehral všetko zatiaľ. Mal som taký setup.
A new player to the table in seat 5. Vitaly from Ukraine with an ace-10 first hand. He's got just under $1 million. And to Gabriel in seat 1, and he takes his first pot down. Gabriel, his usual aggressive self, 3-betting with an ace-4, taking better hands out of it. Does Queen Jack want to defend? Looks like he does. So Peter looking at defending his Queen Jack. 75k to call though. It's a big part of his... No, he folds. So nice play by Gabriel. Aggression winning the day. No one hit this board, but big diamond draw for Dan. Can't see him going anywhere here. Sorry, for Dominic in seat 3. Tadeusz always going to be betting here, whatever he's got. Beautiful. He's hit the nut flush. Second nuts, technically, there is a straight flush there. And Dominic reeling in Tadeusz. Definitely one of the more aggressive players on the table, which is why he's got such a big chip stack. But also, very cute there, checking. Didn't like that diamond. There's straights made, there's diamonds made, there's all sorts. Would have been in more trouble if an 8 had come giving him a straight. So how's Dominic going to get some value out of this? I don't think he's going to get called. He really only can check and hope that Tadeusz has a bet. Both Polish, don't know if they know each other. Very small bet, very nice. Nicely weighted bet if Tadeusz had something, but we know he doesn't. All in here with the 6s. Big 3 bet. Very hard. Very hard to call here with ace-10. Peter, so made the small min raise and then has to fold. So nice play there by Dominic. Looks a very strong player. Didn't start, only started with 500,000 chips, but doesn't seem to be phased by that. Just playing a strong poker. Demetrios with the 6-3 suited, making a little move here with the raise. How's Vitaly gonna? Nope, just gonna fold. And Tamas, who's re-raised when he's felt it's the right time, decides to fold this one. Very hard to know Demetrios's range there, but I like that, raising with 6-3 suited, as well as your ace-10s and ace-jacks. Here we see our leaderboard. Tadeusz extended his lead, now 2.4 million, and our newcomer to the table, Vitaly, is second in chips, very close behind Demetrios, who started with 600 when he came to the table and has increased 50%. And then we've got lots of middlies and a couple of smaller stacks. Let's see where this goes. 38 players left, playing down possibly to 16. Depends on the timing. Gabriel raising with ace-7 suited. Demetrios already established he's an aggressive player. How's he going to play his eights? Just calling. Dominic, interesting hand. Ace-Jack here. He's the shorter of the stack, so same as Gabriel, really. Lots of ways you can play this. You can shove to try and take out the medium hands that do exist there. Could call. Or, yep, he decided to shove. Nothing wrong with that. It's great play, and both the 8s and the ace-7 are going to struggle to call this. It's such a strong play. Gabriel will have to fold his ace-7. Demetrios now has a decision. Is he putting Dominic on a play here to pick up the pot? He will be flipping if he does call. Getting a count. He covers him by about 200,000, 250 probably. Big pot to pick up if you're right. Or rather if you win it. He's got his Tom Cruise Ray-Bans on. Always effective inside a casino with closed curtains. Yes, we can't see your eyes, but nope, 8s are folded. Great play there by Dominic. This will be an interesting one. Peter has pushed with ace-3 suited. And our chip leader Tadius has ace-jack and has called. Peter at risk with the ace-3 suited. Needs to see clubs or a 3. Well, our chip leader will increase his lead. Is a club. 2 clubs. Nothing is ever easy. 3 clubs. Ace-3 has doubled up. And if he hadn't, the jack would have hit. So nice double up there for Peter from Slovakia.
Maximálne som splitol. AK do AK. A ináč s koňmi som sa porazil. Áno, že tam boli na ten tur. Dobre, neotváram.
That's brought Peter up from our short stack to 22 big blinds. But our C8 Daniel from Romania remains our short stack. Tadius increases his lead to over 2 million now. 85 big blinds in fantastic position. to make his way through today to the final day tomorrow. 36 players left, playing down to 16. Dominic now with the aces, making a min raise, hoping someone will come along. Breck and Gabriel will call with 6-5 suited. Yep, he does. Can he crack the aces? Let's see if he either hits or has a draw. Wow, he has a gut shot and a pair. Gabriel is going nowhere here. Quite a dangerous flop that for aces. Very connected and flushing, but he's betting 100k into it. How does Gabriel play this? Wow, I did not expect that. Very aggressive player, folds a pair and a gut shot draw. Dominic could have had ace king, ace queen, king jack, king queen, 2 high cards, and nothing to do with that flop, and he just folded immediately. So either he knows something that I don't, or just felt that he needed to hit more than he did. Interesting. Chip leader active, raising an early position with king 7 suited. Demetrios having none of it. Very strong re-raise. With king 9. Thaddeus may have to respect this to re-raise to the chip leader in early position. So, in fact, Demetrios does have the best stand, although he may not know it. But doesn't like losing pots. And very, very capable of 4-5 betting anyone on the table. He's got his stack and he wants to keep it. But in this case, folds. Really wasn't sure where he was. Tamas raising with the ace queen, but Gabriel's got jacks. And he's pushing all in. May well get called here. Classic race, 2 overcards against a pair. Always tricky to call off with ace queen though. It is the hand in poker that loses more than any other hand because it just looks so attractive. And he folds. Very good. That's a good fold in the end. He was flipping against the jacks and would need to hit. One ace was already out. So his raised with a lot worse. Unfortunately, we are losing our chip leader on the table. He's on the big blind and he's being moved to balance the tables. Unfortunate for us because he's playing fantastic poker and 4-betting very effectively when he felt it was the right thing to do. So, well played, Tadeusz. Good luck. And I think we'll see you tomorrow on the final table. Rest of the table probably very happy. Demetrios raising with King 6 suited. Round to Vitali. 30k to call the raise. He's on the big blind. Let's see if he can hit this flop. Well, he has hit, but he's hit bottom pair. And I'm pretty sure Demetrios will bet this as though he has aces. Or an ace. There it comes. Vitali going to call and see what happens on the turn. He's against a raiser who could have the ace, could have the jack. So he's probably not going to feel too confident about having bottom pair. Yep, and folds. Another good hand for Demetrios. Very impressive play so far. Peter folding his small pair in early position. Didn't want to have to defend a 3-bet. Luckily, because Demetrios has a proper hand again in late position. Dominic might fancy seeing a flop on the button with King 10. And he does.
Main event najvyšší blindy 15 000, 30 000 big blind, 30 000 blind up, 15,000, 30,000 big blind is 30,000.
Fabulous flop, Demetrios. Set of 8s. Backdoor flush for Dominic. Big pot already. Demetrios will know he's heading. Will hope Dominic has an ace. He may well raise here, but I think he'll scare away his value. But he probably will assume he's up against an ace. So I love this. Just a call. Very nice play. Very impressive young man, this one. Now hit a boat full house with 8s over aces, and Dominic in big trouble. Not a lot of cards to hit, whatever happens. Demetrios betting for value, but unfortunately there is no value to be got. Another very good hand though for this Greek player in seat 2.
Malé páry ani nenechal. On mohol mať aj...
No, tak to neverím.
Môže si to potom pozrieť.
Však ja si to pozriem.
Ja som mal.
Demetrios raising with the king 10. And Peter hit the absolute ace 3 and he's hit 2 aces on board. Can't put Demetrios on an ace, just needs to play this slowly. See if he can induce Demetrios to bet. He's now up to 1.2 million, more than double when he started. Trying to get some value out, 100k bet into 265. Almost 2.5, well, a bit more than 2.5 to 1. But we know Demetrios could turn his hand into a bluff, but we know he's going to get called. So he may well just fold. Probably the best option.
Prvá hra. Normálne vyhrá.
Push for the Jack 8 suited, and Ace 2, Daniel has called him. So we have a showdown here between two of our shorter stacks, although Peter has doubled up. So Peter covers him. Ace 2 on the flop, but 2 diamonds. Wow. What a sweat. And the full house comes. The diamond will make no difference. Fantastic hand. Lovely double up there for Daniel from Romania in seat 8. Saw a suited ace. Bang. All went in. And a very necessary double up for Daniel. He's been very patient. Another big hand here. 3-betting with the aces. And Tamash calling. Considers 10. May lose some chips on this pot. Does cover Peter and may want to put pressure on. Is he going to check call or even check raise? No, he's going to make a small bet. A feeler bet, I think this is really. How does Peter want to play? Do you want to slow play it and just call? I'll raise it now. There's a straight draw, a flush draw. There is some danger on board. And Thomas has hit one pair. Looks like a min raise. Very cute. Asks a question. Asks a question back. And Peter does not want to see a 10 or an 8, and he doesn't. Ace is still leading. Only got about half the pot left, though. So if Tamas bets here... No, he's checking it. I think we'll see a bet from Tamas. Maybe half his stack, 125. May even elect to shove. Yep. But it's very difficult for Tomas to call with second pair here. Trying to work it out to see where he is. Peter was the pre-flop aggressor, and Tomas did call the raise. Looks like the fold is coming. Good fold. Aces take it down. That's a nice pot there for Slovakia's Peter Pagac. Demetrios pushing all in with King Queen. Nicely timed push. Got very good instincts, this man. I like the way he's been playing. Up on our screen, the next event. Thick and fast are coming here at Banco. A Polish Poker Championship. €500,000 guaranteed throughout the championship. So fantastic prize pool. The main event plus other guaranteed events throughout the week. That's coming up beginning of November. Gabriel with ace-10 will not be shy about raising here for sure. Probably going to push. Nope, just calling. Surprised me there. Been playing more aggressively than this, maybe because of his stack size. Doesn't feel quite as free to play as he was. King Jack winning at the moment. Tomas got top pair. $100K. Ace-10 folds and 5-2 folds. So picks up in a small pot there. on the button. Suited ace makes the push. Vitali can't call with king 9. And let's see. Yeah. Dominic raising with the ace-4 offsuit. Small blind folds with the better hand. Peter now with the king-6 offsuit. Also folds. So Dominic getting the raise through. We don't have a big chip leader on the table anymore. There's a couple of larger stacks and a few smaller ones. King, Queen, 8 on board. Top 2 for Daniel in seat 8. But Vitali's the one betting out with bottom pair. Doesn't want to lose his customer here. Just a call. That's nice. Not getting excited. Does change things. Gives a straight draw to Vitali. Plus his pair. But may slow him down at the same time. No, not very. Lots of concern being shown here by Daniel. Nice body language. Just calls. Needs to fade a jack or an 8. King, Queen holds, but neither player is going to like those aces. It's a bluff by Vitali and a call. Yep, that's Romanian for I played that hand very well and read him like a book. Double up, big double up there. Played it very well, and Vitali couldn't resist the bluff on the end. So came to the table with 1 million chips and has lost more than half of them in that hand. So we have a new seat 4, guys. It's Javor Yankov from Austria, and he brings 865,000 chips with him. So a lot of players on the 900-ish mark, and a few around the 250 to 500. So lots to play for still here at the Slovak Series of Poker at Banco Casino in Bratislava. 33 players left. Daniel with his new, very shiny large chip stack, pair of nines in the hijack. Big raise to 190,000. Protecting his pair. Thomas with a very playable Queen 9 suited decides against it. And Peter has picked up jacks, makes the raise. 75, so just over 2x, 2.5x. Is anyone going to have a hand to call or raise him with? Not so far. There's our new player to the table. Javor from Austria. Javor Yankov. Not sure where the origin of that name is. Yankov. Maybe Ukrainian, Russian. But folds his a6, more importantly. And now Vitaly, short stacked. Started with $1 million, back down to 200k. Calls with a suited king. And he hits his king. Needs to be checking this and that. All in and a call. Oh, his immediate thing. Have you got a king? I think the answer is fairly simple as soon as he calls. Peter feeling a little bit aggrieved, but didn't do a lot of work on finding out where he was, to be honest. It was a no-brainer for Vitaly, who's doubled up and now half the stack he started with. So a very necessary double up for Vitaly there. And Peter has lost about half of his stack. But he's still there fighting. Dimitrios raising with the 5-4 suited. And Javor calling with the ace-10 suited. Does Tamas want to get involved with ace-2? One of the worst hands in poker, quite rightly, says no thank you. And we're going to see a low flop or a high one. Neither. The 5-4 has hit bottom pair, and he's an aggressive player. Dimitrios following through his raise. Javor not going anywhere with 2 big cards. Now picked up the gut shot draw. More importantly, Demetrios has picked up the flush draws, so not all kings are available to Yavor. A very good card, really, for 5-4 suited. Got a pair and a flush draw. I think he'll be betting this. Probably quite strong as well. 175, maybe 200. $160, in fact. A bit less than I thought. Still a strong bet. Yavor has to think he's behind. Of course, he is anyway. He's not hit the board. So, nicely played by Demetrios. I like raising with a 5-4 suited. You usually know where you are. You hit or you don't. Whereas raising with ace 9, ace 10, much trickier to play.
Však preto, však som aj to mal, vieš, že som videl, že zahodil potom, ale tak asi už povedal, že nezahodí druhýkrát, ale neviem, čo mal vtedy. Videl som to.
Lovely hand for ace 10 suited. Hit the nut flush. But Peter has hit the bottom pair. Both got something on this flop. More likely to go down. Peter deciding how he's going to play it. Oh, okay. Folds. Peter pushing with the ace-queen suited. Dominic could look him up here. And he will be crushed when he sees his hand if he calls king-jack suited. It does look pretty. Oh, wow. Poor Dominic is not going to feel good about this when he sees the hand. Diamonds are no use. He needs to hit a king or a jack. And he's hit a jack. Wow. That's incredible. Only an ace or a queen. And poor old Peter's eliminated with the best hand twice in a row. Lost 2 big pots. Jacks against king 4. And ace queen suited against the same suit, king jack. Very unlucky.
Čo mi kúpiš?
Jeden buy-in do dipsaku.
No. Tak ale aj to sú peniaze. Nenájdeš to.
Každé euro je dobré, ne?
Tak. Keby každý mi dal, čo tu bolo euro, tak mám 1000 euro plus. Rob čo musí.
Pressure.
Daniel pushing with the ace-6 suited and the king-queen calling. We have a showdown. Not a lot in this, about 60-40. Obviously, king-queen does need to hit. And he's got diamonds now as well. So he's increased his odds to about 50-50. Any diamond, any king, any queen. And the Romanian player getting excited again. Don't think you should behave like that when you knock someone out. It's not the best etiquette. Just say well done and move on to the next hand. Needs a bit of etiquette coaching, I think, our Romanian friend there. But he won a very good pot with ace-6. Tali with a lovely ace-king suited. Is Daniel going to get pulled in with his ace-5? No, he isn't. However, Dimitrios may not want to put down ace-jack here. If he shoves, Vitali will snap him. And we could see either a player out or a double up. Just a call. No, it's a 3-bet to 205. Now it's up to Vitali, who will raise. He will shove in now. Bit of Hollywood, but he will definitely be putting those chips in. You knew it, but you still put your chips in. I love it when players say that. Yeah, I knew I was losing, but I was still calling you. So can he get lucky and hit a jack? Big underdog here. Oh my goodness me. Not just one, but two. Dimitrios is running like a god. And then the king comes.
Whoa!
Wow.
What the fuck is that?
Indeed. That was incredible. It's a set of jacks and then runner kings. That is unbelievable. Dimitrios was well behind when he started the hand, so he can't feel too aggrieved at that. But Vitali, what a hand. Big double up. He's back to 1,000,000 chips. Back in the game. Beautiful hand.
That's insane.
That's also listed? Yeah. GG. Fuck. After the flop, I was already, what the fuck is that? And when the king came, I was like, no, it's not possible. I mean,
1%, I think. One.
somebody also called king?
One.
What the fuck is that? I mean, it's really unbelievable to, at this kind of tournament in the deep round.
Yankov raising with the Queen 10. Daniel slow playing his ace queen suited. He's in position though. Dimitri may well want to see a flop with his jack 4 suited. 45,000 into 200. He's getting nearly 5-1 on his money. Or is he going to play?
Players after vyzvenuje 15-inch bet. Main evente nám nasledujú podohráty aktuálnej ruky, 15-minútový break.
Dimitrios taking a very aggressive and unusual line here. 3 betting to 195. I think Yavor will definitely have to fold his Queen 10. But what will Daniel do, who's slow played his ace queen suited? Is he going to put Dimitrios on a bigger hand? Or are we going to hear the Romanian whoop if he wins this pot? If he raises, I think Dimitrios will have to fold. He may just decide to call. He likes a slow player hand. Doesn't like getting too involved pre-flop. And Dimitrios has hit his 4. And that's a pretty bad flop for 2 high cards. He could well take this down. I think Daniel may be regretting not shoving earlier. Not sure ace queen is a great hand to slow play. Still considering his options. Lets it go. And I think we are going into a 30-minute break, and we will have a new feature table when you come back. See you soon.
Turn flush draw, ne? Didn't. I need to push all in. You have king also? King queen. Or king 10. Oh, so
King 10,
yes, no
I win.
oh, so if I go all in the turn, you call me 400 behind.
I think yes.
You don't give me king, then.
Why?
First
In the turn, no raise.
I believe you in the river you push me all in. Yeah. Because you make 300, so 400 make also. Maybe I have draws to stay.
Gentlemen, before we start showing information, if you have smartwatch phones here, please on the table. The table is magnetic, then all electric things here put
This
on
one
the
also?
table. Yeah.
This here?
Aj poprosím vás, mobilné zariadenie, všetko elektrické, potom na stolík vedľa.
No teraz to rozbaľ. Na televíznom. Nech vidia, čo je v tebe. No. A tam
Die Chipstone in Mieskübel schmeißen.
Teda,
in Mieskübel?
Ja, ty si mal faliť inú kytenu. A si myslíš možno, že by aj mohla byť dobrá.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a new feature table, but we have one guest back in seat 8 who was with us earlier, who has increased his stack from 2 million to 3.3 million. So welcome back. That is Tadeusz in seat 8, and he is second in chips to Marian in seat 7, Slovakian player. Then we have a couple on 1.5, 1.7 million. And one short stack in seat 2, Ivan from Slovakia. So 345k. And the rest are new to us. Seat 7, Marian is a very good player. I played with him quite a lot in Slovakia over the last few years. Very solid tournament player. Once he gets chips, which he has here, 3.8 million chip leader, he doesn't tend to lose them. That'll be interesting to see how he plays close up. Give me information for next time I play him. Always good, this commentating lark, when you get to see players that you end up playing against and you see how they play. So, although, of course, at my age, I can't always remember who they are. So, we'll be underway in a minute. First hand, Marian has ace king under the gun. Blinds are 20-40. Raised to 100. Tadeusz, though, with a premium pair of 10s, just elects to call. I think that's because of who raised. He probably knows how he plays. Although he's from Poland, he may well know Marian, or will have been playing with him on the when this was an outer table. Oh no! Seat 5, Nicolas Kovac from Austria, with 1.5 million, has a pair of 9s. And I think it's just called as well. This is interesting. It's going to be very flop dependent here. We've got 2 big pairs and 2 overcards. Are we going to hit a set? We hit a set of 10s. So fantastic position for Tadeusz. 9s are probably going to be interested, but ace king of Marian he has to follow through, but I don't think he'll be putting too much more. And if he does hit an ace or a king, he's going to be in big trouble. I'm sure we'll just see a flat call here by Tadeusz. He doesn't want to give away the strength of his hand. Top set, very hard to get, and you need to maximize your value. He wants Nikolaus calling as well. Same call, 160. And the nines fold. Okay. Now a straight draw for Marian. But he won't like the call. He will put Tadeusz on a 10. Ace 10, Jack 10, something like that. Won't necessarily be putting him on a set. Still betting though. Not sure he's thought about the answer to the question he had when he first bet. I always think betting is asking a question, not necessarily putting chips in, but you're looking to get information. So only a 3 now for Marian. And that's a full house of boat for Tadeusz. And absolutely nothing for Marian. He's going to lose a fair amount of chips here. Already got 600,000 in. Now we're going to see some kind of value bet coming in. 250, 300 may get called. It's a big bet. He's going for the bluff effect, hand shaking as well. This is lovely, lovely acting. Deserving of an Oscar here. So it's a very big bet compared to the value of the pot. But because Marian has absolutely nothing, it doesn't get called. Obviously a button raise here with King 10. Fairly reasonable hand to do it with only the blinds to play. Yep, 100,000. Small blind, however, has ace 5 suited. Just going to call. Marianne with 7-2 offsuit. Wants to have a look as well. No, he doesn't. He's making a raise. 340. This is very interesting poker if it gets through. King 10 may have to fold. He's got a call and a raise in front of him. And now what does ace 5 do? Great bet by Marion. 340 with absolute junk. He will have respect from the table. People see him as a solid type player. Look at that. Fantastic poker. Picks up 300,000 or 250 without having to play through the board and show his 7-2 offsuit. I hope the others see that in the break later and congratulate him. Marion takes down another pot. So did lose a big pot earlier, finding his way back already. Quality player. Martin from Austria making his first play since this table became streamed with an ace-8. But Julian Harold from Germany has ace-king suited. Pretty sure we'll see a 3-bet coming through. Julian had been around the circuit for quite a while. German player. Won nearly $1 million in his career. Back in July. And a few results both in Bratislava and Tallinn. The Kings of Tallinn. and in February had a very nice second place in Bratislava. Regular cash all around. Usually like Bratislava, Rozvadov, that kind of place. So it's a nice 3-bet there by him. And Mr. Pollock has to fold his ace-8. So good size bet.
Kannst die WE anschauen. Genau. Ich schaue mir das an, ich werde es analysieren. Nee, das war nicht das genug Picking.
Okay, dann kriegst du einen 100, glaube ich.
Nein, glaube ich das schon. Ja? Glaube ich, der Julian. Ich glaube, du bist der ehrliche Gauner.
Meine Zeiten sind vorbei, weil ich Blödsinn mache. Meine nicht. Am Pokertisch, meine. Achso. Ja.
So Marshall Freezer, American player, with the Iceland cap on there. There's a pair of 8s in early position. Only got 15 big blinds, so has to think carefully about how he's going to play it. Pretty sure it's a raise. Small raise to 85. One player to get through, who won't be calling with Queen 3. Small raise, but everyone folds.
Machen wir immer noch Späße drüber, wenn er allein ist oder was bei mir am Tisch.
König 2, genau. Hat er wenigstens gewonnen die Hand, oder?
Haben alle weggeschmissen, deswegen, es war ja kein Showdown, es war dann nur eine falsche Einblendung drin.
Pair of 3s with a 2x bet. Over to Julian in seat 1. Don't know his hand, but it does look like he's counting out a 3-bet. Indeed he is. Well, there's a 3 gone. It's going to be quite hard for Tadeusz to carry this hand on. So quite a big 3-bet to 260. In this case, doesn't have a great hand, but 2 overcards and suited. So very close already, 55-45. But problem is, there's virtually no board a pair of 3s wants to see, except a 3. Any overcards and you just don't know where you are. So it's a nice raise there by Julian against the chip leader on the table, or the second in chips, and picks up a nice pot. Nikolaus pushing with his pair of twos. It's not a bad way of playing twos. And not quite sure what Marshall's thinking about. Is he really thinking of calling with King 10 2 suited? In bad shape against twos. It's not really a great call either way, or is he just buying a bit of time here? Not sure, to be honest. It's an awful long time if he is going to fold. And very unnecessary, but really don't know what's going on there.
Bis 16, ja. Oder insgesamt bis Level, Ende Level 28.
Wann haben wir denn angefangen? Level 14 haben wir angefangen, oder was?
Ja, glaube ich, ja. Bis 29 spielen.
Es scheiden vorher noch 10 Leute.
Ja, ja, das scheiden aus. Da gibt es Plans. Bei 40, 80 kann man das.
Ja, bei 29 ist schon bei über 100.000 mit Brickline.
Ja,
Marulia, Marulia. Chiamami Marulia. Sì, Tria. Sai che Maria? Bravo, chiamo.
Tadeusz with the raise and a very nice 10-9 suited. Let's see Christos calling with 3-2. Just going to show it.
Trojka w trojkę.
90.
How much did you say?
90.
Trojka była rejestracja, 4 podstawka.
Martin making a raise with a King 10. Martin from Austria takes it down. Hasn't played that many hands, will get respect for his raises.
Mit meiner. Bitte? Mit meiner.
20 Mal.
20 Mal. Das ist 2 Mille. Wenn es 20 Mal durchgeht, hast du 2 Mille.
Das ist bei den Chip-Leader, glaube ich.
Genau, stimmt.
20 in Folge jetzt einfach.
So einfach Mathematik.
Ja, genau.
Das ist ein Taschenrechner.
Kann nicht so schwer sein, oder?
Ja.
Wird doch möglich sein, oder?
Dass man jeder ausspielt beim nächsten Mal, wenn er wieder die Karten herzeigt. Ne? sonst spielen wir aus.
Áno, to je to, že chcem pomôcť, že
Christos Vetas from Greece, raising with Queen 9 offsuit. Mariam with a suited Queen. Seems to remember he quite likes these kind of hands. Queen 4, Queen 5 suited. Plays them more than some players. Gives very little away in his face and body language. Doesn't just like it, he's 3-bet with it. If he sees an opportunity, if he sees weakness, he absolutely pounces. And that's the second raised pot he's picked up with just well-sized, aggressive bet. Very, very good poker player. Very rarely is it about the cards you have. It's about the situation you're in and the opposition you're facing and working out the best way of picking up a pot. So, very hard for Queen 9 to continue there. Now both players hitting second pair. Julian having a slight better of it and a better flush draw. But we know Tadeusz is a very strong player and does not like to lose pots. He's just electing to call. They're both going to like this card, but the Queen is playing at the moment. Julian nearly 80% favourite. Both players wondering how they can get most value out of this pot. This is the line that Tadeusz is playing. He's raising here. How is Julian going to respond? He's 4-betting back. I don't know how Tadeusz is going to get away with this. Sorry, from this. So now, wow, the ace has saved him. It's a split pot. It's one of the only cards that could save him, apart from a 9. Doesn't mean they're going to split the pot, though. If Julian pushes here, Tadeusz is in a very, very difficult position. However, he doesn't really have the hand to push with. It'd be more a belief that it's good enough. So we welcome back Dominic, our Polish player that was on seat 4 before, I think it was, back to the table on seat 2, and he brings with him 700,000. So he's maintained his stack, maybe got a little bit more on the other table, and he's back here on the feature table. 23 players left, so we are playing down to 16, and then we will bag up for the night and see you all tomorrow late afternoon for the final day.
Es war off, darum. Es war off.
Ja, war off, natürlich was.
Es schüttet jetzt schon ein bisschen.
Das ist ein Monster in der Situation eigentlich.
Ja.
20 Punkte. Man hast das im Big Blind nochmal. Ich glaube, einmal kleine Rede.
Für beide dann der
Ja,
Turm
4
kommt.
Millionen, er spielt und ich gehe rein und er kann nicht folgen, weil ich die Draws alle habe. Ich habe gewusst, dass mein Kicker gut ist und dass er wahrscheinlich einen Buben hat.
Neither players hit this pot. May well go to the aggressor.
Άνοιξε το YouTube να δεις.
Congratulations, boys. Big champ.
Άνοιξε ρε. Maybe yes, 28, yes. 28.
Ja, das wird sicher 16. Wir müssen 7 ausschauen. Ich glaube auch, Ende 30, 60 ist das aus.
Wie viel haben wir jetzt? What time is it? Hey. What time is it? 12. Ask him what time is it.
It's okay, it's cheap for you. You took so much, you took really up.
Julian in late position with a Jack 10. He's got to watch the shorter stack though. Does not want to be re-raised here. Just calls. Dominic folds. Martin now with an ace. Should really be raising here. Don't want to let a flat call, see a flop without taxing. Any ace heads up on an 8-handed table is likely to be winning. And that's one way of doing it. Just shove. Very hard to call without an absolutely premium hand. Punish the limpers. Julian raising with the ace, 2 of spades. What's Martin considering? Calling with Jack 9 suited. Marshall in seat 4 spent an awful long time trying to decide how to play King 2 suited about half an hour ago. Just calls with King 6 offsuit. Different. It's a pretty good flop for Jack 9 of diamonds. He's got the flush with a straight flush draw. And he's hoping that Julian bets the original aggressor, bets into it. What a fantastic position to be in. 6 of diamonds, or 10 of diamonds, gives him a straight flush. Unfortunately, that hasn't helped any of the other players, which, oh yes, it has, given a straight to Marshall. Wow. So, there's a bet. It's a bit of a string bet, that. I don't know if that will all be counted. Put them in 3 different lots, unless you said it first, which I didn't hear. Marshall could get... we could lose him here. If he pushes with his 6 made straight, Julian will fold. So, a very strange call in the first place, I thought. King 6 offsuit, and he could have got himself in a lot of trouble here. Some players watch far too much poker on television, and this guy just takes so long to make a play. Yeah, and he's gone all in with the straight. And a snap call by Martin. And I don't mind that we're going to lose the slowest player on the table, to be quite honest, because it's been a bit tiring to commentate on. So we say bye-bye to Marshall, and a nice big pot there for Martin, who flopped the absolute world. And a very slow player departs.
kann jeden König anders dominieren, er kann auch König, Dame, König,
Genau,
Kugel.
genau. Und da macht die Straße und dann bist trotzdem nicht gut.
Das kannst du machen gegen eine Person und nicht gegen zwei.
Jo. Hört man uns eigentlich im Stream? Hört man das, was wir reden?
Weiter.
Ja? Dann bitte kein Coaching, Julian. Für das Gratis-Coaching, was du da
Coaching ist immer
machst.
Montag, es ist eh gleich Montag.
Ach so, okay. Ach so, so meinst du das.
ist schon Montag.
Jetzt schon Montag. Schon.
Einmal entscheiden.
Ich glaube, es ist schon Montag.
Mit uns haben es vielleicht eine Unterhaltung, wenn es dazu schauen. Weil sonst da schläft es ein bei sowas, wenn es das anschaut. Ist immer gut zum Einschlafen, so 8 Slowaken am Tisch. Ja, wirklich. Und die Uhrzeit am Sonntag.
So parisieren sich halt jetzt die Slowaken. Das sag ich. Dobre wiecie. Sind eh lieb. Im Herzen sind sie lieb, aber da oben haben sie einen Vogel, genauso wie wir. Genauso wie wir. Wir haben ja auch einen Vogel.
Das macht das Bock aus.
Obwohl es Nachbarn sind.
So sagen. Die Leute, was einen Vogel haben, das ist schon eine Häufigkeit bei den Pokerspielern.
Pair of threes. Betting into top pair. Nicholas from Austria against Tadeusz from Poland. And he's hit a set of threes. Very disguised this will be. Tadeusz already bet the flop, and now he's hit the magic on the turn. If he get called once, he's going to get called again, and they will be very disguised. This is a good payday here. We're going to see a good sized pot. Wow, that is a turn from heaven. Nicholas is going to feel he's the one doing the milking with top pair. But we know now that the tables have turned. Wow. Doesn't want to hit another king. Doesn't. But that's quite a good card for King Jack. It's unfortunate that Tadeusz has hit his boat. He has a full house. There's 600k in the middle. I think a bet of about 250, maybe 3. $400. I think it was snap called. And he's going to get the bad news. So, very big pot there. 1.4 million. And Tadeusz is now a big chip leader on the table. Nicholas not looking too impressed there. And we're down to 22 players. Raise there from Dominic. Back on the table. Queen 10. Martin folding the ace-7. Interesting. I'm not sure Nicholas will fold his ace-5 though. He will. And now we are on to Christos from Greece with a much stronger ace, an ace 10, dominating that queen 10. And from Dominic's point of view, he does not want to hit a 10. Could be in a lot of trouble. Both players missed. So Dominic, due to his original raise, picks up a small pot, which he very much needs, being one of the short stacks on the table. Christos with a better ace than he had the last hand. Ace Jack with only the big blind behind him. Certainly see a raise. Marion deciding not to fight on this one. So takes down the blinds.
Oh, you forgot me.
I have check.
Bravo. Yeah, I have no check.
No jack. Check. Eerste kaart ook alles vrij check.
Heb je check bekommen?
Nein, er.
Kommt er zurück?
Seine Karte geht. 10er.
Oh, Patze.
Gut sogar.
Neues Plan.
Nice match up here with Queen Jack top 2 against Dominic's Queen 10. Yep, he's going to feel he's ahead and he's going to get called. And he's going to see the bad news. He now got an up and down though. Oh, he did have more outs on the turn. In fact, he didn't have any outs on the flop, but the turn gave him a straight draw. And we lose Dominic from seat 2 in 21st place. So we're now down to the final 20. We need to lose 4 more to end day 1.
Schafft die zwei Wörter noch. Trojka. How much is Trojka? Trojka, pretty and Trojka.
Nicht sparen. Ein Foto finden. Nicht sparen, bitte.
Nicht sparen. Easy, ne?
Easy. Wenn der Kubi reinsteht, hat er 16 BB.
Bei dem Chips-Verhältnis gibt es 10 Hände.
10? Wirklich? Super.
Ich glaube sogar 11.
Ab welchem Pocket-Size Martin sagen wir jetzt? Ah, okay.
Schule ist Montag.
Okay, Schule ist, es ist schon Montag. Also bitte. Julian hat schon Coaching gemacht.
Es ist schon Montag.
Also die letzten Bus was sagen.
Es ist schon Montag.
Um die 1500 kannst du Hotel ziehen.
Der macht dann gleich sein Coaching im Bus, oder?
Genau, im Bus, ja.
Wie hast du das gespielt, Martin?
Kannst du nur halten? Ist das?
Kannst du selber nicht aus. Nicht aber die 100 € die Stunde für sein Coaching, ja? Kennst du nicht aus.
Nein, der holt
Vorhin beim Essen war er angestanden, wie ich mir das Assi.
Hockt jemand würfelt sich dann selber zusammen. Copy-Paste.
Der spielt eh noch nicht so lange, ja?
Ja, ne. 125. Ja, das sollst du nicht. Gott sei Dank. Wenn ich dann leben.
Pik, geht schon Pik. Komm,
König Dame,
Pik.
Alter. Riesenbockenblatt. Nur wenn er
Was? Schneller Block?
Schöner Flow,
Hast du
50%
schöner
fast.
Flow?
Am Flow immer noch.
Alles, bitte. König
Dame?
Dame?
Kommen auch, ja.
Mag König Dame?
König Dame.
Fies wieder gleich.
Das war auch bei mir gewesen.
Ja.
Arbeit nur.
Schade, komme ich bis nächstes Mal.
Si non collego. Fate e schino. Gut kannst du nicht.
tournament?
Everything is possible.
To sú iba 5. 8 race, 100 000. 1 pas, 3 pas. 6 pas.
Tadeusz with another smallish pair, this time sixes. And he's up against King 8. King's hit, but last time Tadeusz hit a set on the turn. Marion, so it's check, check. Marion will probably have to bet this, or one of them will, repping the ace.
Oh, here? Yes. Ah, bye-bye. I have position right now.
Here comes a character by the sound of it.
Position for me.
Marion showing the king, and Tadeusz will not be showing his pair of sixes.
How you know that?
When I have him on my right and then I get him.
So, I move.
Me on the table is enough for not to table.
Yes,
Yes, that's the problem.
You have enough room, sir?
Yeah. But there was not players like you. Even close to it, so it was good. But I was running good here, so.
1 pas.
Everybody has a lot of chips.
2 pas. 3 pas. 6 race, 125. 125. 7 pas.
Italy from Ukraine. Not
Some
in
pas.
from Vienna. Hello. First time. Even normally.
Yeah. How much you play on 4 and 5?
I don't know. More than you.
Think so? I don't know, I'm not sure.
I'm also not sure.
You can ask for Khan.
No, I will make for you.
No, it's okay. I mean, just around.
2 pas. 3 pas.
Just have to count one stake. Easy.
6 pas. 7 pas. 8 pas.
Big stakes also on the table?
No. There was like one guy with 700 on this million.
Yeah, 4 million.
Yeah,
Almost.
it's unbelievable. Take me back.
40 million in play.
He asked for count, what can I do?
think is on this table is around
50.
over 15.
Mehr.
This is 10 million together.
2 million also.
Again?
13 million. 3 tables, we have half the chips. Not me, but you guys.
6 pas.
See?
7
Slowly we come to the right way. What is the most important thing in poker? Nobody
8
knows.
race, 36.
Just to have fun
100.
and enjoy.
Half chip is close here. 40 million. Yeah,
1
here,
pas.
70 million. Call.
2 pas.
time people told me that it was rumors already 20 years that the Russians will come, and they never come. And now they come in 2022.
But it was long time because everybody.
Yeah, nobody believed the story anymore, and then it happened.
But from 2014, it was already like starting after the approach of Donetsk and Ukrainian shit, and like the war was there all the time basically, but it got escalated.
My friend, he had Ukrainian woman for many years already, and we had to drive inside the country and take the grandmother to Vienna and the brother to Vienna.
Yeah, it's crazy.
7 plus. 8 plus. Jedna race, 36, 100. You are fast.
Turntable, blackjack. Wow. Your casino better, huh?
And before check 9?
Ask try ein paar.
Give me the info.
All the time. Machen, normal. Der Limpa-Puppe 10, original Limp. Aber ich habe schon mal andere Hände auch reingelimpt. Da haben mehr Leute Millionen reingeschoben.
Ja, das ist alles überprüft haben.
Ich lüge nicht.
Soll er lügen?
Das ist mir doch wurscht.
Ich lüge sowieso nicht. Wenn ich was sage am Pokertisch, ist das, wenn ich was über Hände sage, ist es so. Macht keinen Sinn, meiner Meinung nach.
8 race, 36, 100. Jedna plus. 2 plus.
Aber es ist auch immer so, desto kleiner das Turnier ist, desto mehr lügen die Leute. Und wenn du höhere Cashgames spielst oder höhere Turniere, dann ist das, wenn Leute dann was sagen, stimmt das zu einer sehr hohen Frequenz.
Siehst du?
Außer Tony G. Phil, it's poker. I have to lie. Everybody know this clip, oder?
Es ist ganz selten, dass ich mal jemals
Yet again, Tadeusz in a strong position with an overpair. Marion has hit his 6th, though. I may not want to go anywhere too quickly. These are our 2 chip leaders, both on the table and almost certainly through the tournament. Pot now 700k. So Marion likes a raise, partly to find out where he is, partly to put pressure on. It's not a good card for him. It's a king and a spade, but also it's equally not a good card for either player. The queens could now be in bad shape. Marion did raise. I think we'll see check here. Maybe a lucky spade on the end will give Marion a flush. Nope. Ace, that's another bad card for Tadeusz. But I think we'll probably see check unless Marion wants to play. Yep, nice. with the 6-4. He's made a couple of raises with low connectors. Obviously likes them. And a 5-4 suited earlier. Hit his 4 and won the pot. This time, he's hit 2 pairs with the 4. $200K bet. And he won over card here, and I think the wise thing was to fold.
Aber ich kann nicht mehr. Ich habe schon alles aufgeteilt. Ja, mein ein Pferdchen läuft noch.
Aber nicht in der Regelmäßigkeit wie hier. Hier haben sie jedes Wochenende jedes zweites.
Das stimmt,
das meine ich.
Da hast du
Im Montesino hat es natürlich schöne und gute Turniere gegeben, aber halt 5-mal im Jahr. Die Leute haben sich nicht so regelmäßig...
Die haben sich auch gekriegt, wie Concord und Montesino gleichzeitig offen gehabt hat. Da hat es eine ordentliche Super-Action gegeben.
In der Hochzeit, ja. Und dann haben sie mal, am Schluss haben sie halt noch so 3-4 Mal im Jahr sowas gehabt, 500 dabei oder 300 oder was.
Das hat sich dann mit der Zeit entwickelt. Das ist ja nur Satellite, was man da spielt vorher, ne?
Ja, aber das ist halt für die normalen Spieler das ist halt teuer sowas. Ne?
Ja, klar. Und jetzt spielen wir kein Satellite, jetzt spielen wir schon das Main Event. Gott sei Dank.
Ja, jetzt spielen wir Sit and Go noch weiter. Zweite Sit and Go.
Charlie back on the table. Welcome back. Different seat though, with some chips. He was short Tish. He lost a bit, and then I think went down 250K earlier, and then went back up to 1 million. So he brings with him 750 at the moment.
5% verschenkt. Wieder 5% verschenkt. Alles gut.
Another pair of sixes this time with Julian calling the raise, not going too far. I think he recognises that he's up against a strong player. And now Martin comes in. Queen Jack 3. No one has hit this at all. In fact, sorry, Martin has hit it. He's hit the 3. But he's up against two very strong players, Tadeusz and Julian. Tadeusz, the original raiser, doesn't like pots going away from him. Follow-up bet. Sixes will have to fold. And I don't know if 7-3 Martin will feel strong enough, but he's going to call. I like this. Is he even measuring up a raise? No, just the call. Posturing on a raise there. We're going to see a diamond to make it interesting. No, but we have got up and down. 9, 10, Jack, Queen. So any king, any ace, any 8 will win it unless he already wins it by betting. So it's 3 overcards to the 3, but he's got enough equity just to check. And misses. So unless Tadeusz takes this away from Martin by betting it, and Martin's having a bet himself, it's kind of a blocker bet. He's representing obviously a much stronger hand than his pair of 3s. This is quite a tester for Tadeusz. This is the kind of hand that you just can inform a whole tournament. You play back at this really strong, and we know it'll work. But of course he doesn't. He may well consider, but he can't just call, obviously, so he has to either raise or fold. Well played, Martin. Picks up a nice little pot with a 7-3. Just shows you. Mad game poker.
That's this mindset. That's good. Okay.
One player.
Yes, come on.
Io di là siamo tutti.
One, and we go. But you know what time I remember? They said that we're gonna play until last 16. It was on the Polish poker. We finished at 16, and they said, okay, we play until final table.
Yes.
You remember?
I was so angry. What the fuck?
Yes, I think it was like 3:30 in the morning already.
Yeah, let's
We
play
played
final table.
Now we're now down to 6 on this table with 1 to go before we end the day.
I don't want.
Everybody complain, man. For the summer.
No, because you know when you're prepared for something, and
Yeah,
then
yeah,
you're
yeah,
like
yeah,
finishing, and you're like,
And
and I had like 10 blinds, so I was like, fuck.
Yesterday break was 10. They said 30-minute break.
Yeah.
And they made 15, 5 minutes before. So, more 6. They're doing a good job. Oh, usually.
Julian with kings, raising to 115. Marion likes to see flops, 9-7. Fair hand to see one, but doesn't know he's up against quite a big overpair. He's hitting up and down though. Good flop for both players. So bet and a call for Marion, looking to hit a 6 or a jack. Queen no good. King still well ahead. Only 6 cards in the... Sorry, 8 cards to hit. So still got 20%. You can see that on the screen. So Julian does not... There's more draws have come in now, so he doesn't want to make it too cheap for Marion. Looks like 250. 275 in fact. Half pot bet. Very strong. But asks a big question of Marion. Is he going to be raising here? This could be badly timed. Wow. Thing is, Julian only has 1.4 million. So it's either all in or fold, and I can't see him folding kings on this board. So if Julian goes all in... Wow, he did. He's put Marion on a straight or 2 pairs and folds. Wow, power play, Marion. Too much credit.
Grab it? Yes or no? What do you have? What do you have? Queen 8? Queen 10?
Nine jack.
9 jack, really? No. Why you scare me up with so big raise?
9-7.
I think 2 pair and you want protection.
Königin?
I should not have this on this table.
Noch nie gesehen, oder?
Price 125.
Christos with the ace king, but Marion with the jacks. This could be a big
Price 400.
pot here. We may lose our final player with this. And we got tens as well. 3 big hands. Someone could go to the wall here. Jacks, tens, and ace king. The player at risk is Christos. But he has 2 overcards to both these players. Marion. Very, very surprised by the big bet there. He's going to have to reassess how he plays his jacks now. He's going to be putting Tadeusz on a bigger hand than jacks. And the ace king's folded. How is Marion going to play this? And I know that Tadeusz does not want to show. He's showing. Hey! Shows technically the worst hand, if you think the ace king could beat you as well. So that was a big hand. And we are down to 16 because we've lost someone from the other table. Been a great day's poker. We've seen most of the players on this table, and we will see you tomorrow for a final 16 through to the final table. It's goodbye from JJ Hazan here at the Banco Casino for this Slovak series of poker.
I guessed it.